Welcome everybody to the beautiful city of St. Louis. We are back in the Central West End at the St. Louis Chess Club, this time with the first round of the 2015 Sinquefield Cup. Some of the players are just arriving here at the club. It's going to be a very exciting event. And for more information, we go to the studio with Jen and Yas.
Thank you, Alejandro. I'm Jennifer Shahadi. I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, and we are so thrilled to be with you for the next 2 weeks to cover the second event on the Grand Chess Tour and the third ever 2015 Sinquefield Cup.
Absolutely. Jen, it's great back to be here in St. Louis with you and Maurice, and I am looking forward to an historic championship tournament here. This is going to be a fantastic event.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the pairings. I don't know what I'm more excited about, the fact that this is the third Sinquefield Cup or the second leg of the Grand Chess Tour, but it's huge. Look at the pairings. Giri versus Grisha, So versus Vishy, Aronian versus last year's torture, Fabiano Caruana, our world champion Magnus Carlsen. He's playing against Topalov. And finally, Hikaru Nakamura versus Vishy and Anand. Thrilling matchups. And we're going to actually go to Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, who's also going to be with us every day here at the Grand Chess Tour.
Yay.
For the key matchups today.
Yay.
Well, this is an incredible tournament. Naturally, it is something we all dream about, watching the top players in the world vying for a top tournament, the Sinquefield Cup. Well, the matchups are great. Anand and Nakamura battling. That's a superstar matchup, of course. But the one we're going to keep our eye on is the one between Carlson and Topalov. We remember from Norway what happened when Carlson and they last saw each other. Carlson had the white pieces. He was on his way to victory, and then, oops, he forgot the time control of all things, and he ended up losing on time. We see here a disgusted Carlson showing how he was, in fact, winning. Topalov, of course, thank you very much for the gift point. He went on to win the event, but all of Norway was in shock as their wonderkin, their world champion, lost in the very first round of the event, and he went on to have a terrible tournament. Just something that you can't expect from him, not at this tournament. I'm picking him to win in this event, and I think he's going to start off strong. You know he's got revenge on his mind in this, the first round of the Sinquefield Cup.
I absolutely agree. Magnus Carlsen today will be out for blood, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that matchup. Let's also take a look at the Grand Chess Tour standings, which were beautifully set up in Norway. Well, not so beautifully set up, according to Magnus Carlsen, our world champion, who's only got 4 tour points and a lot to make up for here in St. Louis. But Veselin Topalov, wow, he's got 13 tour points. That's the best start he can hope for.
Absolutely.
Vishy and Anand right behind. Hikaru and Nakamura also in good standing and playing very well this year, so we expect good things from him. Giri with 7 points, also within striking distance, and Vishy with 5. Now, notice, guys, Hammer at the bottom with 1 point, not relevant anyway because he was the wild card for that event, so he won't be playing in St. Louis or London. But really exciting news for American fans is we do have Wesley So as the wild card here, and that kid just plays really exciting, unpredictable chess, and it'll be fun to have him in this field. Without
question. And again, when you think about 8 of the top 10 players in the world playing in the event, the 3 wild cards, Wesley So, Hammer, and Mickey Adams, of all 3 events on rating, on paper, this will be the strongest, and therefore the strongest 10-player field ever held.
That's right. So Wesley So, I mean, isn't it exciting to be an American chess fan right now where our wild card and our 3rd highest ranked player is still in the top 10?
Exactly.
That is absolutely incredible. And that, of course, is Wesley So, because we've got Nakamura and Caruana who are ahead of him.
Exactly. 3 Americans in the field. It's extraordinary. When I was growing up, it was a Soviet-dominated time, and you would have many, many Russian players. In this field, only 1 Russian player, Alexander Grisha.
That's right, Alexander Grisha, new to St. Louis. He hasn't participated in either of the other Sinquefield Cups, but of course he surely was watching very closely the other 2 events, as was Giri. So it was exciting to see how happy they are to be in St. Louis and playing in this event.
Yesterday at the opening ceremony during the Q&A moderated by Maurice, he was asked, Maurice asked Alexander Grisha, how did it feel to be in St. Louis? And he said that he's been a fan of our show and that he's looking forward to Maurice saying, and Alexander Grishuk has big attack against his opponents.
That's right.
Too.
So
it was very humorous.
He said Maurice is his absolutely favorite weatherman. So there we go. We'll be looking for some hot weather from Alexander Grishuk. Now we see Giri seated at the board. You'll notice these attractive water bottles, actually a sponsor of the event. Yeah, the Grand Chess Store.
That's the Norwegian water.
Exactly.
All
yeah.
right.
So, and here he is, the world champion, rematch versus Veselin Topalov. You know they both know the time control this time. And Veselin, had to take the point. It's the rules of chess, but Magnus Carlsen really is out for it in this game. Wow, the chess club is so packed this year. It's just incredible because last year it was pretty busy, but I think this year it's just doubled or tripled in size, the crowd.
Without question. 300 people were waiting in line for the autograph session yesterday, by the way. And it was, it's thrilling as a player to have a packed house. You just love playing to a packed house. I am looking forward to an incredibly combative tournament. I think the crowds will bring out the best in the players.
And let's go to Tony Rich, the executive director of the club, for the official opening of the.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2015 Sinquefield Cup Round 1. I'm Tony Rich, the executive director of the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, and it has been my pleasure to organize the event along with the fantastic team of employees, contractors, vendors, and I hope that the spectators enjoy the show that we put on here. We have the top 10 players in the world competing over the next 2 weeks to ultimately win the coveted Sinquefield Cup, Leg 2 of the Grand Chess Tour. It's my pleasure now to introduce the chief arbiter of the event, international arbiter Chris Bird. We'll have a couple of announcements for the spectators and players, and then we'll let the action begin. Chris?
Thank you very much. Okay, some quick announcements for the spectators since we're still missing a couple of the players. Spectators, once again, you're welcome to come up here at any time during the round while the play is going on. We must ask you to remain completely silent once you get past the security checkpoint downstairs. Once you're past that, you're to remain silent. There's no whispering, no talking anywhere on this level of the facility, please. Again, with cameras, you're welcome to take photographs at all times during the round. Flash photography during the first 10 minutes only. Media, you'll be allowed within the playing area for the first 5 minutes. And then I'll ask you to step out and go behind the stanchions. Players, one quick announcement for you. You'll all be very pleased to know that the confession booth is up and running. We did soundproof that and get that completely checked, at least to my, I approved it this morning, so we're good to go on that. You will see a little room in the kitchen that says either it's available or in use. If it says available, feel free to go in there and spill out whatever you would like to talk about. And then once you've finished with that room, then make it available for the next person to use. I'd like to welcome up here Rex and Jeannie Sinquefield. If you would like to come over here, please, I'd like one of you to come and do the regular ringing of the bell to enable us to start the round. Jeannie's going to come over here. Thank you very much. Let me ask my assistant if she could bring me the bell, please. Okay, don't ring it yet. Yeah, sure. And here we have our final player. Again, for the spectators, just quickly, remember you've got a couple of other facilities where you can go and enjoy some of the chess action. Right down here at the Kingside Diner, there's live commentary. Across the street at the Hall of Fame, they're going to be doing live commentary. Of course, you can come up here and come and watch the action live. You've just got to remain really quiet. I think with that said, and all the players are here, I think we're ready to go. Jeannie, if you do the honor. Good luck, and go ahead and start White's clock, please.
We are started.
And we've got a knight f3 by Wesley So against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. One of the exciting things about Wesley So in all of his matchups in this tournament is we haven't seen as many iterations, right? You know, Nakamura and Anand have played, 9 times? A lot of these players have faced each other.
Numerous
yeah,
times.
Exactly,
Yeah.
especially when you count the rapid games, whereas Wesley is a bit of the X factor here. Now, of course, for Fabiano Caruana, one of the sore points of his Norway chess tournament was his loss to Levon Aronian, and pretty much the only positive for Levon.
Exactly, and that'll be a big game in terms of settling their accounts for their own individual scores as well as getting the tournament underway.
But this is what we all want to see. Magnus Carlsen has played e4.
And bishop b5 check against the Najdorf, so a kind of saying I'm not going to play into any heavy theoretical lines, but this move, bishop b5 check, has really gained a lot in popularity against the Najdorf, as the Najdorf has done so well in the main lines. Knight d7 instead of bishop d7, which is considered the safe way of getting equality. Knight d7.
Right. Right, we got the famous, wasn't that the famous Garry Kasparov against the world match, where he gets a little bit upset when people used to play bishop b5 check?
Yes.
Because he didn't think it was testing math.
But it turned out to be one of the great games, wasn't it? That was Microsoft's match. Now here, in this moment, let me just bring this game up on my screen, by the way. Black could play the move a7, a6, attacking this bishop on b5, provoking this trade, bishop takes, but the thing is that after d4, pawn takes, queen takes d4, with the knight on c6 missing, the queen takes up a very nice station in the middle of the board, and the theory considers that white has the upper hand as early as the 7th move. So unless Vesselin is going to do something a little bit different, pardon me, I just put this position back on our screen. He could first toss in the move knight gf6, and in case of knight c3, a small difference here, but it could be an important one over that line I just showed, is that now this knight on c3 sits in front of the c2 pawn, and white doesn't get that Maroczy bind position that a lot of black players try to avoid. So early things happening, but key subtle things are happening in the first round matchup between Magnus Carlsen and Carlson and Topalov.
Right now, and if black can get g6 and bishop g7 in here, then that would be a very merry situation.
It always depends upon these tactics.
Yes, exactly, with e5 and bishop g5.
Bishop g5, bishop g7. Well, e5, yes, but there's also this kind of a little bit annoying move, knight d5. Black just has to be careful that this square b6 doesn't end up being a sore spot in his position. Shall we just take a little... let's go to Maurice, actually, because Maurice had something that he wanted to share. Maurice, as he's getting his position all set up.
Well, these players have played this before. They played in Tata Steel in 2012, and there was a spectacular game in this exact same line. Carlson, of course, plays the move bishop b5 quite often, as a matter of fact. And so this is coming as no surprise to Topalov, especially after losing that particular game. The opening did go knight d7, c3, knight gf6, queen e2, a6, bishop to a4, and then queen c7, not the main move, but actually scoring quite well in this position. That game was absolute chaos. We might go into that line a little bit later on, but certainly Topalov knew quite well that he might see this position, and so he's well prepared for bishop to b5 check from Magnus.
Thank you, Maurice. And a game that's just been going gangbusters.
Wow.
My goodness. Fabiano Caruana Black against Levon Aronian, and the Queen's Gambit declined. The players have just blitzed out a large number of moves. Both players saying, hey, I'm well versed in this position, And look at them go. It's not a blitz match, but they sure have played their opening very, very quickly.
Well, Fabiano said it last year. He sees no point in feigning ignorance if he knows what he's going to play. If he's looked at it at home, he just tosses out the moves immediately. And sometimes people just out of, I don't know what the word would be, like routine. They like to think a little bit before each move, but Fabi's like, hey, I've analyzed this. I'm just going to pound it out.
Dang. Well, let's
so
see.
we saw that a lot last year, and the only negative of that is that means that his opponent will know when he's no longer analyzed the position.
True that. Okay, well, let's see what just happened in that game between Levon, Aroni, and White. Fabiano, Caruana, Black. They played a conventional Queen's Gambit declined, Bishop e7, and then Bishop f4. Very, very popular move, don't get me wrong, but historically speaking, Bishop g5 has been the preference of most grandmasters. Bishop f4 is a little bit more of a modern twist.
Now remember that in Norway chess, Levon actually played the English and didn't end up getting that much, actually. He won the game, but Fabi was doing quite fine.
Right out of the opening and middle game, no question about it. Okay, so this move c4, c5 is an attempt to try to get a grip over here on the queen side, as well as now that this bishop on f4 is pointing on this diagonal, if I can get that, it would work very well, except Black has a counterpunch. Knight e4, rook c1, trade, b7, b6, trying to loosen up White's control over the c5 pawn. If White wants, he can play b2, b4, and usually after this move b4, then c7, c6 with the idea of a5, tries to put as much pressure as Black can on these b4 and c5 pawns. Instead, what happened was that, let me just go back here for a second.
Instead, c6 was played.
c5, c6, which really puts a cramp on this bishop on c8. Black has to be worried that this bishop on c8 doesn't get developed. And after that came
just stopping the pin, right?
a2, a3, exactly, as you say, stopping the pin. But also threatening, very importantly, threatening b4. And this bishop will be a prisoner for the rest of the game. So very quickly, a7, a5 was played, and then do we have more moves, Jen?
It looks like we do. Fabi has
After
maneuvered.
a5.
I think he played knight e4 and f6.
Okay, so
it's interesting. This move c5. You don't see it in that many d4 openings, but I think one of the reasons here that it's effective is because that bishop on f4 stops another counterplay idea of Black playing e5.
e6, e5, right. So, okay, completing his development, bishop d3, or preparing to complete his development, knight e4, taking the square.
He's got to get some counterplay here as Black, and he has played for this idea of getting e5 in, and that's critical because the thing is, when there's a pawn on c4, it's hard to get that idea e5 in because there's always like takes on d5, bishop c4 ugliness. So I think this makes a logical sense, but
but
what about the?
Well, if I were Black, I would really, really be worried that my bishop on c8 would be incarcerated for the rest of the game.
So you'd be trying to play bishop a6.
Oh, you know it. Bishop a6 would be my instantaneous move, and then, like you say, trying to maneuver and get this break in f7, f6 would be a secondary consideration.
I wonder if he was worried about something tactical after bishop takes. It doesn't seem like that loose rook on a6
it's a
leads
target.
to anything.
Yeah, I'm
just looking for combinations of queen d3 and knight e5, but...
Oops, excuse me. I'll drop back with the rook.
Yeah,
knight e5. Well, okay.
And you always have that square. The thing is, like, maybe sometimes we have some sacrifices with knight b6 and c7, but probably not.
Right. So you get a tempo down here against the rook, and then you're thinking, well, if I can ever unleash the power of the passer. But that wasn't played, and that's why I said this is a very
you find it risky, huh?
Risky play.
Because you're worried about it taking an e4 or something, or no?
No, the reason I find it risky is that after the move queen e2, permanently preventing the bishop from ever going to a6, essentially Black is obliged one day to play e6 and e5, liberating this bishop, but can he get that break in when white covers the e5 square like 4 times? I can only imagine that g5, bishop g3, h5, which is really a kind of a bridge burning move, is what Fabiano has in mind.
Dangerous, though.
But it really, really does.
So there's a lot of sacrificial ideas, or you could just, perhaps move the knight back to d2, aiming to capitalize on the white squares that you just handed to me.
Made permanently weak, right?
And good luck taking on. Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
You could play h4, but I was thinking here that this is going to be quite dangerous. Yeah.
Without question, because even after, for example, h takes g3, h takes g3.
Thank God I didn't castle, Yasser.
Yeah, exactly. That rook is ideally positioned to make further operations against black's king side. So strategically speaking, a very sharp position has suddenly occurred right out of the opening here, and Levon Aronian is wondering, is this all preparation by Fabiano, or did he just make a finger failure, an error not to play that move bishop a6?
I'm guessing it was prep, because all these lines look so dangerous for black that somebody of Fabiano's Caruana is not. If he plays the move f6 quickly,
yes.
There's no way he's going to play it quickly if he hasn't analyzed it at home. It's
Makes
as
sense.
You say, too bridge burning.
Yes, makes sense. But again, after the move queen e2, basically isn't black challenged to play the move g5? Because if you allow white, for argument's sake, to just play h3 and castles, this bishop will be permanently sidelined. It will be out of the game.
Right.
So once again, let's just give that a quick look, and keeping in mind that Fabiano is here to defend his title.
Maybe f5 instead, playing for f5 rather than, because h5 looked kind of awful.
You mean f5 now?
Yeah.
Well, you are giving up this e5 square?
Yeah, I was trying to play f4, but you're just going to...
Ooh.
Well, I mean, if you play knight e5, I can play f4, right?
And, well, it's not the... I'm not sure. I think this is...
It doesn't... It looks like beginner chess, moving all my pawns and not developing any pieces. But
I would say...
I'm trying to...
You're cruising for a bruising is what I would... the way I would put that. Because after, for example, a check, I'll pick up this pawn.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so you can't quite do that.
It's not a happiness.
So no f5, but maybe...
Maurice, we've got a conundrum here. Has Fabiano fallen into a strategically wobbly situation or not? This is wild.
If he has fallen into it, it's because he stepped into it on purpose. It looks as though this line has been well prepared by him. It's hard to believe that he did not have this on his chess board or chess screen at home at some point. We know he comes up with original analysis all the time. First of all, let's go to the reference games. He played this twice against no other than Anand and Giri. In fact, this year he played it against Giri in Tata Steel. He had draws in both of those games, but he played more traditionally there. In this position, after a5, those players played rook c2 against him, and the same position occurred, though, with bishop to d3. There he went after bishop a6. So this time, clearly he's played it twice. Clearly he knows that whoever is going to play against him will know those two games. Those are famous games. This is a line that he himself prefers with the move b6 and a5, the knight e4 line we've seen. So here, this was the kind of position. They transposed to get to the same position here with bishop d3 first, then knight e4, rook to c2, f6, his novelty in his position. It's certainly his choice here to play queen e2, bishop to d6, and this is why Aronian is now on pause, because he no doubt knew about those other two games, and here Fabiano, as he seems to do, and as he certainly did last year, he blitzed out his moves and showed his great preparation, and he's still on it. Look at that, G5 now on the board, playing wicked chess. Fabiano Caruana revisiting the craziness he played, but the sense of purpose he played with last year at the Sinquefield Cup. So he's starting off this tournament with a bang right away.
Wow, so bishop d6 was the computer-generated move, the suggestion, and instead he has played what you and I were looking at and saying the human moves G5.
Because it's the most forcing, but aesthetically I
Exactly.
preferred bishop d6 once Maurice showed it.
Okay, so obviously the bishop under attack, the bishop is going to step back. But having said A, what is the B?
Or do you mean F or H?
F8.
Having said G.
How do you follow up with a move like G5? At the moment, White hasn't committed himself to castling kingside yet, and it, from my eyes, Fabiano has made some serious bridge burning on his
He's
kingside.
got some ways to consolidate the situation, but we've got G5 in another position.
Is that the
so
move
let's go
of the
ahead
day?
over there, indeed. And
in which game?
I'll be really curious to see what Fabiano has up his sleeve because he has prepared this. But let's go look and see the other G5 by Carlson and Topalov.
No way.
He's played it against Magnus Carlsen in the bishop B5 check
Whoa.
Sicilian. This is not something you see every day.
Not exactly a Rossolimo, but some kind of. Okay, so after castles, which is where we left the game, Magnus castled, knight f6. Magnus played the natural move, rook e1.
And this is looking all classical and chill, both players ready to develop.
And this is where we said a6, putting the question to the bishop. Now we were. Now we would have expected the world champion to drop his bishop back to f1. He chose the d3 square, which blocks the pawn on d2, and it isn't intuitively very attractive.
No, I mean, sometimes you can remaneuver it to c2 with c3 and then play d4.
Precisely.
But the thing about that is, black might be able to respond to that with a fianchetto, and then the bishop's scope on that b1 h7 diagonal is really nothing to write home about.
Okay, so
Right.
bang, b7, b5. So one of the ideas that Topalov has is he could chase this bishop with c4 and put his bishop on b7. So Magnus said c2, c4, I'm going to attack your b pawn. And so Topalov said, well, if you want it, you can have it. G5. Oh, okay, that's it. I mean, I don't think
Wow.
there's any reference games for this move. I could well be wrong, but
Let's just take the
Maurice,
pawn. Come on, let's eat it.
Well, hold on.
You're the pawn grubber.
Oh, I will grab the pawn, of course, but only after a 20-minute thing. Maurice, what the heck is G5?
Well, we got to go into the database to find this stuff and really look at it. And I brought up ChessBase here to take a look. And if you look at this line, let me just give us a little extra room if I can here. Okay, I'm going to leave it alone for now. I'll set that later. But just take a look at this board. This position has been seen before, even with the funky-looking move, bishop to d3. We've had Gadakomsky himself play it with the white pieces, other players as well. But Nakamura with the black pieces here played the move b5. So far, so good, no problem. The most popular move here to deal with the threat of c4 for black was the move c4 for white. So far, so good. We've seen this before. Now, as I look, I see knight d7 to e5. I see takes on c4. I see b4. I see rook b8. I see bishop b7. I see a lot of natural moves. What I don't see as a choice is this one, g5. You see everything go white over here. Everything on this side went, whoa, what's going on? Never been played. G5. What a move. And you know Carlson is going, what are you doing? This has gotten exciting, and Topalov saying, it might have been luck the last time I beat you, but I'm coming to get me a world champion today. You see the jacket has come off also for Carlson, Magnus Carlsen, having to go into a deep think as this game is heating up as well as the other one with G5. Certainly a great start to the Sinquefield Cup.
I'm just checking my watch. We're 15 minutes into the round, and we have two wild games going on. G7, G5. Well, come on. What can we say? I'm an old pawn grubber. Let's
Yeah,
let's
exactly.
grab
I've
a
been
pawn.
waiting for you to actually take that pawn, Yasser.
Now, knight takes G5. Okay, so the first thing I have to consider is that knight E5 will be a double attack against my bishop and pawn,
Right.
as well as the move rook G8. What should I get in first? Let's start with knight E5 because it's a kind of a natural, continuation. Now we got to move our bishop or defend it. So what are we going to do, Jen? Drop it back?
Yeah, I don't think we want to give up that bishop, especially
right.
with the diagonal.
Fair
I mean,
enough.
true, that means you can take the pawn back. And maybe that's the big idea for Topalov, that he's simply going to be able to take back on c4 at some point.
Right.
So
So
but
I'm
you
going
could
to
have
start.
interpolated taking on b5, perhaps, but then maybe g4 was an issue. I think that's something else to analyze.
Yeah, we'll come
Yeah.
back to that one. So rook G8, if we're going to sacrifice the G pawn, let's try to exploit what we hope will be the half-open G file. Now, essentially, white could fall into a pretty annoying pin here. Imagine if he was to drop back immediately, probably he should play d2, d3.
Or
but
D4,
imagine, yeah. And then this move, bishop g4, could suddenly, there's play in this position suddenly for black.
This is no fun. Yeah, you're
if I
playing
were
knight f3.
if I were white, I would feel like I've lost the initiative. So let me toss out the move f2, f4, which does two things. It defends the knight on g5. It attacks the knight on e5. We'll capture a pawn back.
Yeah, although you also should probably analyze the in-between move bishop g4 after f4.
Okay.
After knight
I see.
g5, f4, bishop g4. If that helps or hurts. Although, is this one of those situations where we can actually look at?
No, that's a lovely tempo gainer. The thing that I was going to, I was trying to seize the initiative. I'm actually giving back some material in this particular line. Bishop takes e2, queen takes e2, knight takes. Now, the whole point here is maybe that king still stuck in the middle might give me a chance to try to take advantage of my superior development, so that I'll just show one line where Veselin had better be careful. There's an e5, e6 in the position, but this is
we're
a
only
wild
down one
line.
pawn?
Yeah, well, no, it's
No, we're even. Oh, okay. Yeah,
Even.
this is just beautiful for white men.
Oh, you're so sure, though.
Well, I mean, it's.
Imagine queen check. Okay, where are you going to go with your king?
So I could play bishop b3, but then you can capture on e5.
Precisely.
Yeah. So if I play king h1.
Then I'm seizing a counterattack. Knight g4, threatening to come down here with knight f2 check, and
True, and if I just play rook to f1.
then I've got the e5. Well, I don't have the e5 pawn right away.
Yeah,
that is true. Rook
'cause
f1 protects the f2 pawn. Now I can grab this pawn on e5, but this is messy.
That
this
looks
is,
very messy. I'm
Let's
feeling
go back to
I was
the-
even thinking after bishop g4, I was looking for ways to try to sacrifice a queen with takes on e5. It doesn't seem like it quite works.
Oh, you mean
guess, like-
further down the
Yeah,
the
but
line?
no. After f4, bishop g4, f takes e5. I guess just bishop d1 takes on f6. It doesn't seem like it leads to anything.
I see. Oh, you're partying with the lady.
You got to
are
look
you?
at these things. But
Okay.
anyway, let's. So bishop g4 is a possibility, but you wanted to show me another line.
Well, no, I think that bishop g4 does make a great deal of sense, in fact, and I liked your move, but I was going to say that knight takes, without bishop g4, pardon me, there was this move knight takes, and I was going to go d2, d3, just kind of picking up a tempo. I want to push this knight to rotten square, and then I was going to follow up with e5. A lot of exciting things. We're doing something wrong, Whoops.
Oh, I hope so. Yeah.
For Magnus, because, okay, how
So
can we
also
refine?
Can we try taking on b5 first? I don't think so, but I just
Exactly.
wanted to double check.
Let's do that. Let's take on, although this feels wrong for
Because
white.
black has this in-between move, g4.
Precisely.
And now
the knight doesn't have a good square. The knight on the squares d4, the natural squares d4 and e5 are covered. I think you're going to have to go like, you're going to go
that
something.
looks like a good move.
Okay, but it's messy. Oh, geez. And I've got a feeling that if
Why
for
do
sure.
you hate knight h4 so much, by the way?
Why do I hate knight h4?
Because I guess, I don't really, I was
Hate's
thinking.
strong. I'm just thinking that the knight is,
Yeah.
it just doesn't make a pleasing impression. Benko Gambit players might, and Benoni players might
Yeah.
find this attractive.
Because if I could play
Maurice,
knight f5 to e3, it'd be okay, but you're going to get e6 in. Maurice Ashley, your thoughts on this kerfuffle?
Kerfuffle. This is quite a kerfuffle. Let's just leave it like that. Man, this game is crazy. And the problem, I'm looking at this with a database, and, Magnus is Joe Cool, so he's trying to act like, so what? You just play G5. I'm a little bit bored. Let me stretch. But he is starting to realize the situation that he's in, and that this move G5 is a legitimate move that is scary. And if you start looking at this with the engines, you realize just how scary it is. Well, let's start with this line with knight takes g5. Knight to e5 is what the engines really like here, attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn. And you can't do anything like say, let me be greedy and keep it, because all of a sudden comes this move, h6. What are you going to do with your knight? Where are you going to put it? You put it here, we snap it with the bishop, knight's coming into f3. If you put it here, then we take that anyway. Knight takes f3, g takes f3, rook g8, and now your king is funny. A bishop's going to show up on h3, and we all know this kind of attack from grade school. We saw how you could come at a king quite directly, so this itself is very, very dangerous for white. You could keep looking at it with the engines. The engine already saying he's busted. g5, let's go back to this. Knight takes g5, knight to e5. Well, if you just drop back, you have bishop e2 or f1, either move. The move is going to be b takes on c4. This position might be a reasonable way for white to play. Drop the knight back now to f3 and look to see if you can get something there. The engines are saying here that white does have a bit of a positional edge. I would bet that this is where white goes. If it's Magnus, he's going to figure out how to tamp down the energy in the position instead of just trying to refute the move. Again, back to this move, g5. If you don't take, so this was the critical question you guys asked, if you take on b5 instead, well, here comes g4, and now it gets completely wild. e5 doesn't work. Well, e5 is possible, takes knight to g5, though, as the next move, instead of knight takes, of course, because of knight takes, rook takes, and thank you very much for that free bishop on d3. So knight g5, a suggestion there, looks quite unusual. If you don't play e5, though, and you play knight h4, yes, after e6, as you mentioned, Jen, this move just shuts the knight on this side. What pawn are we down? You know, if you play the Benko, the Benoni, if you just play aggressively as black, you love the fact that this knight is stranded. This pawn is irrelevant. Black has tremendous play. He's already thinking about trapping this knight and don't weaken this square, trying to defend it with g3, because this knight is ready to hop in as well. So lots of chances here. It looks as though Topalov has prepared this extremely well. Maybe the world champ is in trouble, but I think that, objectively speaking, he will play for the solid line. Magnus does not like to grab pawns like you, Yaz, unless it's clear to him that he's just winning if he takes it. I think he's searching for a positional line, like we mentioned before, with takes and bringing the bishop back to e2 and trying to go that route. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice.
Wow.
And let's not forget that Veselin Topalov, a former world champion, when he won his world championship, he did it in style. I mean, he was the dominant player in San Luis, and he brought this incredibly aggressive, dynamic play with both colors, and we're seeing it here today. Maybe we're seeing the best of Veselin Topalov, as, of course, he's also our Grand Prix Grand Chess Tour tournament leader. I mean, and look at him with bearing down. Oh, naturally, when the webcam, he's bearing down, and Magnus does not see at this moment a clear way of just diffusing or tapping down the energy that Veselin has brought to this game.
That's right. So we got a huge crowd around these two fighters, and we should remind everyone that Topalov is tied for second in the world in the 2700 chess live rankings right now. So
he and Vishy an inspiration to all 40-year-olds all over the world.
That's right. Now let's take a look at the breakdown of how you get points in the Grand Chess Tour, because that's what they're going for. They're going for winning the Sinquefield Cup, but also trying to win the Grand Chess Tour. So you earn points based on your final standing in each event. Players with the most tour points at the end of the Grand Chess Tour earn bonus prize money and, of course, bragging rights for winning the first of this exciting competition. First place is 13 points if you win clear, like Veselin did in Norway, and 12 points if you tie and you end up winning in a playoff. Second is 10 points. Third is 8, fourth 7, all the way down for 1 point for 10th place. And let's see what they're playing for in both the Sinquefield Cup and in the Grand Chess Tour. Well, in the event, we've got 75K for first. Second is 50K, and all the way down to 15K for 10th place. However, there's also more to play for, bonus prizes. First place in the Grand Chess Tour, which will conclude in London, will be $75,000 additional, and second will be 50, and third will be 25. So lots of cash to play for, lots of bragging rights, and lots of rating points. We'll keep a close eye on this. And guys, remember to share your own thoughts and tweets with us at the hashtag Sinquefield Cup as we begin a thrilling competition, and a great way to kick it off with 2 early G5s in the opening, right? We love that. Maurice?
Wow, I just took a look at another line. That is completely insane, just like you like to play them, Yas. Take a look at this position between Aronian and Caruana, and this is just sick. I mean, right now it is black to move. The engines are saying the position is 0.00. Yeah, right, whatever that means. This position, black could play the move G4. I mean, he's already loosened that king side. Why don't we loosen it some more? After G4, knight to D2, and now the move E5. Let's open up the game when you have a lead in development. What about those classical rules being broken? Now the move E4, just instant. Like, why not? Let's break the position open since you want to open it yourself. Look at these pawns, a massive cluster, all kinds of calculations and computations to be made. Which one do we take? How about we not take and introduce yet another pawn into the game? F5. This is just chaos here. Way too much to calculate. Well, let's see what happens if we take this pawn. Your knight's under attack. What are you going to do about it? Let's ignore it and take a pawn attacking your bishop. This is best line by the engine, by the way. Crazy chess is what you could call it. That'll probably be an understatement. Take knight, take bishop, hitting the queen. Queen takes, and now queen takes d6. Finally, we get a chance to breathe as all the tension is gone right here out of the middle of the board. But black is threatening bishop to f5 very quickly. So queen to d4, hiding from that. Now bishop f5, springing to the action. Rook back, and now rook a8. And now you start looking, you go, black ain't bad. I mean, the c6 pawn looks like it'll need protection for a long time. The king looks fine, even though it's a little bit airy. Chaos has suddenly settled down into more kind of a peaceful position with black having a lot of energy. So it looks as though Caruana should be fine in this line. And in the meantime, on the other board where G5 occurred, we see Magnus Carlsen struggling and maybe getting into, dare we say, time pressure. He's heard that before, losing on time back in Norway. And he's got to figure out what to do in this position where clearly his opponent has prepared this spectacular move.
Thank you, Maurice, for summing that up so very well. I'm stunned that in the game between Levon Aroni and Fabiano, he was able to just suddenly compress the position. I thought that white looked really, really good. If there was an argument I would have with Levon, it would be his last move, rook e1, that makes this whole g4 followed by e5 maneuver possible in the first place. I would want to play the move e3, e4 myself, and if I thought the immediate e4, g4 was a little bit unclear, I would probably have simply started. I like my knight on f3 because it restrains this e7, e5, and I really like playing e3, e4, you know, when I'm ahead in development trying to open up the game and whatnot. But Levon did play the move rook e1. Pardon me. Let me just go back there. Oops. Okay. I'll get the position in just a second. Bishop takes, knight takes, rook e1 was played. And this was a wild line, and it had a very forcing nature to it. g4 attacking the knight. Well, you don't want to put it on the side. You want to keep it in the center. Knight d2, e5, e4, and that move f5. Whoa.
Wow, definitely something.
That's a remarkable move.
Something that requires some home preparation.
That's it. That's what it requires, home preparation. Do not do this without careful preparation. And impressive. I mean, just an applause for great preparation by Fabi. And last year, when he had such a remarkable, storied result, it was, in fact, due to some great preparation.
That was a big part of it. And Anish Giri actually mentioned watching Fabiano Caruana's result last year, and what was most remarkable to him was that Fabiano won in almost every different way you could imagine.
Yes.
With a beautiful sacrifice based on some great preparation, like against Topalov, with some great preparation that led to a beautiful grind against Aronian, with just a tactical chaos that he ended up on top of against Carlson. He's just like, one game after another was always something a little different.
Yes, it seemed like he won in every conceivable way, right? And by the way, Fabiano didn't go for the moves G4 and E5, which I could not find fault with. Instead, he has played the move A5, A4, just making sure that white will never be able to play B2, B4, and keep this pawn on C6 nicely protected, and possibly essaying a rook lift so that if this pawn on D5 ever became weak, it have a possible defense. A5, well, clearly this move rook E1 was set up with one purpose in mind, and that had to be to play E3, E4. Now let's see what Fabiano does not want to allow E4, E5 into the position. Then I think white is just doing spectacularly well. Perhaps he has in mind
takes bishop A6.
And he has indeed liberated his bishop at last. His knight on D6 looking pretty good. I'm probably obliged to, probably obliged to block the attack to my queen by dropping back. And don't forget, there's a little peshki hanging here.
Right, although luckily there's no in-between move. Because
Right.
after bishop takes D3, you do have to recapture. If you took on E6, you wouldn't have anything to capture the bishop back with.
Absolutely.
So, but now the pawn is in take again.
Yeah, it kind of stands out here like a sore thumb. I think I would prefer, well, I'm pretty sure I would prefer white at this moment.
Yeah, this doesn't look like it turned out so well, but maybe we missed something better.
Well, let's try.
So do we have to play bishop A6?
Well, E3, E4. Can we try this crazy G4 idea that Maurice had pointed out in a previous version? Does it make it, well, here you haven't played the move E5. So that just, it doesn't make too much sense to me to play G4 now. So once again, let's try captures. Oops, excuse me. Let's try captures. Anything?
Now maybe something different. Maybe something just moving. Right now you have no threat, so maybe we should just like try to attack D4.
How do you attack D4?
Yeah, because we don't really want to move our knight. Because
no.
it's important to give ourselves that option of taking on D3, right?
True.
Taking on E4.
Yeah. Well, you can't play around too much. This pawn on C6 is really hampering the development of the bishop. The bishop steps back, then all of white's pieces look really good. So, Maurice, we're going to have to toss this one right back to you because I'm confused by the move A5, A4. It's a positional nicety that I really like to get in, but I am amazed that Fabiano can just take it so easy. I thought that G4, E5 was a necessity, and I'm just looking at E4, and I'm saying, isn't Levant just clearly better?
It is a confusing position for me as well. That kingside looks so porous, and all classical theory says open up the position and you'll be better. But take a look at this line, and I've been analyzing just as you've been befuddled, so have I, with the engine, and this just doesn't look that bad for black. In fact, doesn't look bad at all. The move E4 can be answered by captures, and now it looks like you've just opened up the game. Don't do anything funny, except now we'll play G4. Tell your knight to go somewhere. Your knight drops back, looks natural. Now F5. How anti-positional can you get with this move? Weakening the E5 square, making this pawn truly backward, permanently backward, and to move bishop D3 now, and you're thinking, well, if I could just line up on that pawn, I'll be just sitting pretty. Now the weird move, rook A5, coming out of nowhere, guarding that square temporarily, but looking for the D5 square for that rook, and telling you that both pieces can't land on C4. It can't be both a bishop and a knight, and one that lands there, the wrong one landing there will be knocked off. The move bishop C4 is possible here, and the engines actually will take and play rook D5. That makes sense, because now you're not attacking the pawn anymore. The other move that's interesting is the move knight to C4, looking to not have that take happen, but now the move rook to D5 comes in, and you've got a weak pawn as well. Something about this doesn't smell right. You feel weird for black, but according to the engines, black is doing just fine in this position. what can you do, Yaz? It's chess in 2015.
What Magnus well described at one time as alien chess. This is really weird to bring the rook from A8 and somehow have it perfectly centralized after all of those trades. It is befuddling. But there you go. Tactically, it seems that Fabi's position holds quite well. Let's do around the tour because we haven't seen some of the other games. One of the matchups I think is very, very key is the game between Hikaru Nakamura, did I pass it? I'm afraid I may have passed it. Okay,
Anand and Nakamura. Yeah, we haven't been giving that one a lot of attention. You know, Nakamura and Anand, Nakamura has a surprisingly big score against Anand.
4-1 in their classical games.
Right.
That's pretty dominant performance by Hikaru against a 5-time world champion. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm saying, like, right now, you know, Nakamura has often been higher than Anand, not at the exact moment, but he's been higher on the top 10 listings, but he started that score even before that.
Right.
So he seems to have a good time against Anand, and we'll see, is he going to continue that trend here?
Okay.
Now, they did draw in Norway chess.
Right. When they both were having fabulous results. I think it was the last round draw.
And Nakamura was black, actually. Just a
Oh,
one
no,
big
it
news
was-
alert.
pardon me.
We've got a capture on G5 by Magnus Carlson, so he's grabbed it. And
Well, like I said, it would be a 20-minute thing. Then you take the pawn. But okay, we'll come back to that game in a second. But this is a crucial matchup. Hikaru Nakamura, against 5-time world champion Viswanathan Anand. It was a queen pawn opening that quickly became a Catalan. Normally, I always thought this was really cool. I thought this was modern chess. Was that the mainline modern variation of the Catalan was to give a bishop check and to say to white, you gain the tempo, you gain the development move, bishop d2, but your bishop is actually worse placed on the d2 square than the c1 square. That was not what Vishy did. Again, a very experienced player. Bishop e7, bishop g2, all of these moves, very well known in the Catalan. This whole variation has been played on multiple times. And although the position looks a little bit dry with this move knight on a5, what black is dreaming is that he'll be able to win the two bishops and that this bishop on g2 will be unopposed on this beautiful diagonal. h6, bishop e3, and Vishy to play. If I were in Vishy's shoes, I would probably want to play bishop d5, not to allow this knight capturing the bishop. First thoughts about this position, Jen? Wouldn't you prefer to be white?
yeah, absolutely. It looks like a little something for white, and I know that you are used to having this powerful bishop on g2 yourself.
Oh, absolutely. Well, you love the Grunfeld, the dragon. Anytime you get a fianchetto, you feel happy about your king. And this is just a little bit something, but I have to go back to the first game between Magnus and Topalov because that's where all the excitement lies.
Certainly thrilling to see Magnus Carlsen decide to take that pawn, and unfortunately he's not going to have a lot of rest because Topalov immediately smacked down knight e5, some home preparation. It's quite clear.
Absolutely. And Maurice, your thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to correct what you said, Yaz. It ain't the only place there's excitement in this contest, in this round, because the other game with Aronian and Caruana has seen that move e5 in this position. e5 has occurred. Yaz, please, I know you've got a great memory for these kind of things. I want to figure out if you've ever in your life seen this pawn formation. This pawn formation looks nuts. I cannot imagine I've ever seen this before in my entire chess career. a4 over here, the pawn on c6, g5 with e5. The only pawn holding you up is the pawn on f6. How often do you play that combo? Some King's Indians, yeah, but this ain't the King's Indian at all. And look at this position. It's nuts. And the Indian's giving the most natural move is what? e4. You want to start the fight? Let's do it. And again, the response, f5. Check out that pawn formation. Seriously? Now, the best move, according to the Indians, f3. Chillax, no problem. We're going to keep this position, and then we're going to crack your head open. but black can just play rook e8, stay cool and calm. He's going to lead also quite soon with the move rook a5, and the agents are saying it's all good. This is cheap stuff. This is easy to calculate, no problem. Us humans are shaking our heads going, what kind of chess are we seeing in 2015 that they can play this kind of chaotic, random pawn structures and still be just fine? It's amazing to witness the evolution and revolutionary ideas coming out in chess in the modern era.
Maurice, I don't know. You missed the chapter on this pawn structure in Curry's book?
Yeah, modern
was
pawn
like
structures, yeah, the 4-pawn attack by black. Yeah, I missed that. 4 decades of experience over here, and you're right, Maurice, I've never seen a pawn structure like that in my life. I mean, that is really remarkable.
Well, one person who has seen it is Fabiano Caruana in his board this morning.
And it has happened?
And we've gotten a couple more moves. In
Wow.
fact, we have gotten that structure exactly.
Wow.
So let's take a look.
So
As these players
Fabiano
found out their
has really
moves.
been doing his homework, because both players blitzed out, well, I'm going to say the first 15 moves or so. Then Levon started slowing down, and A4, A5, A4 came very quickly, and we're...
Well, they are actually even on the clock, but what surprises you about it is it does seem that White's moves are a little bit more obvious. So obviously, if Fabiano was coming up with this over the board, he would have to have a lot less time than White, because it's much riskier from the black point of view.
Oh, without question,
And
with the
White's
pawn on
moves just-
G5, right.
It's just a really smooth and obvious comparison, right?
True. So E3, E4, and this remarkable move F5, I kind of like that. What black is trying to do is sucker white into capturing this pawn. So now you've got these double pawns, but the problem is after E4, bishop C4, there's no real dynamic play in the position, and it's clear that black, on the other hand, he has a lot of ways of improving his position. Queen F6,
And then
rook
also this
E8,
idea of rook A5 at some moment,
and then
which puts pressure on the pawn, allows you perhaps to take on D5.
and white's center is all blocked up, so that is not a good situation for white. That was why the computer and Maurice were mentioning that maybe F2, F3 to keep that dynamic tension, and then just this calm little move, rook E8. The whole position's absurd. I mean, it's crazy.
Really just absolutely beautiful ideas here by black to make what looks into an awful position and really make the pieces harmonize.
Yes.
Because it's very surprising, you see that bishop on C8, rook
That's
on A8, they aren't
terrible.
doing anything. And
And then suddenly it pops out and
Yeah.
takes over the game.
sometimes, and the rook often joining the fray on A5. It's really pretty cool.
So what we're seeing right now are tactics that are favorable for Fabiano, and I'm sure Levon is just kind of like stunned because so many principles that we take for granted are being violated.
And we got Maurice with another game.
Talk about violating principles. I mean, just forget about me giving my students any lessons from now on, because here comes another one. Don't bring your queen out too soon. Keep it back, right? You want to move it a couple of times in the opening. Not a good idea. Well, not apparently if you're like 2790, screw those ideas. Like whatever. Because queen a4 check in this position between the game, Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, knight to c6, and now knight g5, moving a piece twice in the opening. Naturally, castles is a move here. Queen c4, even if you're going to violate a principle, attacking this pawn on c5 and the knight, if you're going to play a move, queen c4 has been tried. Knight g5, you got to go way back, the 90s, where this move was not that special. Luputian played it a couple of times, won one, lost one, and otherwise not much seen. So Vachier-Lagrave took some time, played e6 since his knight was under attack from this bishop and this knight, and now knight ge4, talking to this pawn on c5, saying, maybe I can win you, and we're attacking on the dark squares as well. Knight b6 attacking the queen, and now you think the queen would, I bluffed enough, let me go home. No, I'm going to stick my nose in there. Now, this kind of move, I see Yasser, you're going nuts on this one. Like, whoa, what? What are you doing in there? Like, you really think you're going to steal a pawn like that right from the opening? And here, black can simply, and I'm checking to see if he's moved yet. He hasn't moved yet. Black can simply castle.
Right.
You want your pawn? Take it. You made 3 knight moves. Knight f3, knight g5, knight e4. You made 2 queen moves already. You're going to have to make another move with the queen or the knight, so you're wasting 6 moves with 2 pieces just to steal a pawn. Now, granted, white doesn't have any weaknesses, but boy, he's behind in development big time. So, for example, let's take a look at one line. Queen takes on c5. Knight to d4, the old okie doke, knight c2 check is in the position. If you get out of there by castling, now black says, okay, my turn. f5, find a place for this knight. Well, you've already covered it with that one. Oh boy, now you got to go in again. Knight c2, move the rook. Rook b1, and now bishop d4, and defend that knight. And now you're crying because you can't. And this knight is going down. This knight covers these 2 squares from the queen to be able to defend this knight. So that line is just simply bad for white. Well, let's go back. You could have taken with the queen. You could also take with the knight. But still knight d4 is coming in. And after the queen dealing with this threat, drops back to d3 to guard the c2 square. Now queen to e7. Now we're starting to punch, hit somebody. Knight back to b3, trying to trade this guy off. I dare you. Take that one. My pawn shows up on that square. Bishop is threatening f5 or even to e6 to go into c4. And it's like, what did Wesley do? This is not what he wanted. So I'm wondering, right now, we still have this position on the board after queen, knight g4, queen to b5. This is the position we have on the board, and I'm expecting, and it did not happen. He did not castle. Just as I was talking, he played the move c4, saving his pawn. A good move for black as well, by the way. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave getting her from the board. This is also a good move. And Wesley, so you got to wonder, what was his preparation about when black has so many options to get a good position after you're moving piece after piece after piece, and you can't even prove anything right now? I mean, if you don't prove anything, you're just worse. And the engines are saying, yeah, he's just actually kind of worse already. Not really a great choice by the young Filipino who's now representing the United States. So we've got to see what he's got by going into this line. Yes, I know you didn't play the English like this.
No, I didn't. Normally, I like to be ahead in development, not behind, and wasting that many moves. Again, 1, 2, 3 moves with the knight, 1, 2 with the queen, 5 moves in the opening. Just for 2 pieces. And the move c5, c4 is a very human move. You want to hold your material, right? I like castles, too, because it was clear black was getting great dynamic tactical play. But this move c4 just basically asks white, well, haven't you just spent a lot of time? And if black is able to execute castles and e5 and who knows, starting to harass white's queen with a6 and maybe, as Maurice pointed out, f7, f5, white is just simply very, very, very much worse. The only way I could make or try to make heads or tails of Wesley's play was with the move b3, just hoping that I would be able to play bishop a3 and knight d6 check. Of course, I'm not going to be able to get away with that. Borrowing a page from Maurice, you could castle, but here's actually maybe a difference that is actually pretty reasonable. White now gets to play the move queen b1 instead of getting his queen kicked out all the way around. Of course, knight takes c4. I think black is just fine, don't get me wrong, but at least...
No crying.
Yeah, exactly. So there was going to be some crying earlier.
Well, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be
Sure.
right back. This round is going to be a hot one.
It's exciting.
There's a weekend vacation on one tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family. Infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside down concretes, twisty turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family. Infinity plus a ton.
Healthcare in America is changing, evolving, and we're helping lead the transformation. Ascension is made up of physicians and other caregivers called to deliver compassionate, personalized care for all. As one of the largest providers of care in the country, our patients benefit from collaboration between hospitals, medical practices, and healthcare innovators nationwide. Ascension's faith-based heritage means we have a moral obligation to serve everyone, especially those who are struggling. Last year, we provided almost $2 billion in care for people living in poverty and for programs to help them. Whether it's in a hospital, a neighborhood clinic, a senior living facility, or at home, Ascension's care providers value every aspect of our patients' lives and health. We listen with respect to ensure every person we serve gets the right care for them. Personalized, compassionate, that's Ascension.
Hello and welcome back to the 2015 Sinquefield Cup. Look at that crowd. It's a weekend in St. Louis.
Packed house.
I think you saw that commercial about the awesome sights of St. Louis, and of course visiting the Central West End right now. Particularly beautiful, perfect weather, and you get to see all of these fabulous players in the flesh. If you're lucky to get an autograph, there were hundreds of players yesterday who came to get autographs.
Over 300 and counting.
Including lots of youngsters. Now, we've got this critical matchup between the world champion Magnus Carlson and Topalov to see if Magnus can get some revenge for the ugly ending of Norway Chess 2015, where he actually lost on time.
From a winning position.
That's right, and Hammer, actually, who was our wild card in the first leg of the Sinquefield Cup,
Of the Grand Chess Tour.
Of the Grand Chess Tour, yes. He said that if Topalov spent more than a couple minutes after 9 Bishop E2, he was pretty excited about his Magnus's chances, because it meant that Topalov had forgotten his home preparation.
Forgotten, or maybe not played as much attention to.
Exactly, maybe he wasn't looking at Bishop E2 as much as some of those other crazy variations that we were looking at.
Right. Okay, but after Bishop E2...
In another game, right? There's Bishop E2 in Carlson and Bishop E2 in Wesley So's game, right?
Now, we had started, when we got this position a little while ago, Jen, we were looking at Rook G8 immediately, attacking this knight and trying to coax F4.
Oh, the names are just temporarily wrong in this board, but that's fine.
Oh.
Yeah, not sure why that is.
Just a second. Not sure.
You got it right now. Yeah,
okay.
Perfect.
Okay, so I just had to refresh. Knight E5, Bishop E2. Let's just take our pawn back. We take C4, so that we're setting up this move Rook E8, but more important, Rook G8, pardon me. But more importantly, we're giving our knight a square, so that in case of the hyper-aggressive F2, F4, I can just, as black, jump into the D3 square, gaining a tempo and forcing this trade. Now, it's true, this pawn on D3 is probably going to be lost. In fact, it might just get picked up right away after, for example, Queen B3. But it takes time for, and this is the type of position that a lot of Sicilian players would embrace. This half-open G file, getting your bishop on the long diagonal, Bishop B7. And I like the compensation here for Veselin, and he loves the two bishops, might I say. Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, I'm going to pat myself on the back and say that that's the moves I thought that Magnus was going to play. It is very much in accordance with his style to play that idea of just bringing the bishop back to E2 and knight to F3. He's not going to play F4, I think. He's going to play knight F3, and that one challenging the knight on the E5 square. But I would be remiss if I didn't let everyone know that it has indeed happened. Caruana played the move, F5, huge pawn formation. You just take a picture of it now. You're not going to see this again. Or maybe we'll start seeing it all the time. This kind of crazy pawn formation here with 4 black pawns, the 4-pawn attack with the G pawn involved. Crazy chess has broken out here, and I think Aronian, he smelled a rat. When he played E4, he seemed very confident. Then he came back to the board, and I think he realized that F5 was in the position, and Caruana playing that kind of super aggressive chess that is his wont. And also now we've seen moves on the board. Topalov did capture on C4. So black playing hyper aggressively in those two games. But I'd like to point out yet another game that seems strange. This move, we saw the queen, the knight moved 3 times, the queen moved twice, and now Wesley So has brought his knight to c3 and now to a4, because we all know that knights belong on the side of the board, and moving the same piece twice, another piece twice. Again, that's 7 moves for 3 pieces, while all these guys are wondering when they'll ever move. Black, again, here can simply castle, sacrifice the c-pawn. Yeah, I'll lose it. Maybe he could have lost it on c5. Now it looks like he is going to lose it on c4, but it's just fine for him. Just castles here, and you can go after this as much as you want with this capture here. The Indians are still loving black in this position. Multiple moves, e5 being one of them, getting ready to put the bishop on e6, the knight on d4, a rook on the c-file. Tremendous play in that line. And already it's saying down a pawn is black, yes, but black is way ahead according to the computer's evaluation. I don't know what Wesley's doing. Quite honestly, these kind of moves, I'd like smack my student's hand and say, take that move back. We're not analyzing that at all. But here we have a player 2770, 2780 playing chess like this. He might suffer in the long run for making these types of exotic moves.
Exotic moves. That's the theme of the round, indeed.
Wow. But I'm quite stunned by Wesley's approach to this game, because it's very clear that should he play knight takes b6, and let's just, for example, I don't know, put a move like queen takes b6 even, you've invested so much energy into winning the pawn, you better just take it. Queen takes c4, e5. It's clear that White's going to be under a great deal of pressure. Knight's coming to d4. Very easy for flowing for black. Bishop e6, rook d8, rook c8, knight d4. Great comp. And in the meanwhile, as Maurice pointed out, you got a rook on a1. You've got 4 pieces that are all
Wow, I've
on
never
the first
seen you
rank.
attack grabbing a pawn so harshly.
Well, normally speaking, I don't give my opponent such a great, compensation, but this isn't even compensation. This is simply good for black. So we better, Wesley's fans better hope that he has not underestimated his opponent in this particular game. Just going to go to the game of Anish Giri. By the way, in Norway, there were 3 players that went through that whole field undefeated. And one of them was Anish Giri, Hikaru Nakamura, and Vishy Anand. And in their game between Anish Giri and Alexander Grisha, this is again one of those Catalan positions where black has won a pawn. He's got this pawn on c4, but white has these beautiful, the center pawn duo, and he's looking to isolate this knight on the rim with the move knight e5. So what happened was he went back, knight f6, h3, and what Anish is really, really hoping, you'll never see Sasha do this, which is trade and just allow white's rook on a1 to play a huge role in the game. So for the moment, black's a pawn up, but he has some issues that he has to solve.
Yeah, that's right. And Sasha, of course, being a nickname for Alexander.
Yes, Russian nickname. Okay, and again, I just want to go back to our, I think, feature table. Vesel and Topalov, former world champion Vesel and Topalov, against reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen, and the players have really slowed down. I don't know exactly the times, if those are accurate or not.
It looks like 119 for Magnus and 136 for Topalov, and remember there's no increment in this first time control.
And yes, exactly.
Which is funny because I talked to some of the players about that, and to me it seems that because the game time has an average longer length, that would benefit the players who like to spend more time. Mm-hmm. But these guys think it's the opposite, because just by virtue of not having an increment,
it gives you that incentive to move a little bit.
Or just that it gives the possibility that you'll end up having 5 moves to make with just like 30 seconds, and then it
True.
could just become a complete disaster.
Exactly.
Whereas normally, even though it's a shorter average length of game, there's kind of that built-in security blanket.
Right.
And obviously, for these guys at their incredible level, and they've also all had so much experience in rapids, having 30 seconds for a move,
Yeah.
especially for somebody like Grisha,
It can
that's
really
an
sneak
eternity.
up on, yeah. Well, it can sneak up on you. I think Maurice was saying that instead of the hyper-aggressive F2, F4, that he is expecting, again, Magnus to try to tap down the dynamics of the position, simply drop back with a knight. Quite frankly, we do not want to allow ourselves this capture. I was thinking that in any case, obviously, Veselin has showed his desire, if you will, to sacrifice a pawn, bishop d3. We could take. And essentially what black is hoping is that when he gets his bishop on this b7 square, that he'll exert enough pressure down this long diagonal that his compensation will be outstanding.
So you can try a quick e5.
Well, that I think would actually play into Topalov's hands. In a sense, the move e5 does open up the diagonal, so let's imagine we take it. Let's imagine we recapture. What else? Queen d5 may be premature, so let me try bishop h6. So what I was...
if you played, I just want to show the different
Yes,
tactics.
please.
If you tried bishop b7 instead, just
Bishop
continue
b7,
developing.
sure.
So now if this idea of playing queen b3, double attacking, you can actually just interpose with the piece on d5.
Correct.
And again, if I take on f7 with the same it doesn't quite work because you can just play bishop d5 or queen d5. So instead
that was what Veselin is hoping, is that he'll get these threats on the long diagonal. So okay.
So that's no good. So just a little illusion there that it's good for you, but you can play queen to a4 check, as you were pointing out.
And that might be annoying because then the knight's got to drop back and I'm in a pin.
And now we can consider playing a queen to b3 and getting, or knight f7, exactly.
Right. And then suddenly it's the tide has shifted. But here, let's try in this position a move like bishop h6 in order just to give the f8 square, open up the f8 square for the king. And I like this for black. I think that black is ready because, again, just look at all the pieces.
So if we play queen f3 here, let's just look at the most direct idea here.
Okay, queen f3. Let's see what we can do to have some fun. Okay, I can't, well, can I allow knight c6? That's my question.
It also looks like I'm threatening queen f6 and knight c6, perhaps.
Queen c6 and, sorry?
Well, what move were you thinking of playing?
I'm thinking of losing my rook.
Okay, take my rooks.
Yeah, but...
That sounds like a good book title.
Yeah, but then on the other hand, rooks are nice people. So, okay, I'll play bishop e6, just keeping the defense, opening up the protection of the rook. Now, you've got a choice. You can go after this pawn, you can go after this pawn, or you can develop.
Yeah. You just have a nice little escape square if I played at c6.
Right. Well, my whole dream, I don't know if it's going to work. It may just absolutely not work. But my dream is to play rook g8 and a bishop d5. And again, at the moment, I'm still not a pawn down, and you've got some development to solve. Now, again, I've got a lot of targets in the position, but this is the way Veselin plays.
I can take a pawn, but then all of my active pieces are becoming more defensive. So
all your active pieces?
Well, my knight and my queen. Those are my only active pieces.
Your only active pieces. Maurice, what do you got for us?
Well, in that spectacular pawn formation, it just gets richer and richer, the game between Aronian and Caruana. And after the move f5, he looked at it, did Aronian, and say, okay, capture, wait a minute. What's working here? If he takes on e5, takes on e4, we looked at this line, e takes d6, e takes d3. One thing we didn't look at, queen and rook are under attack right now. Maybe white could throw an e takes on, d takes on c7 and say, hey, maybe I get a tempo on this and then I steal the pawn. Well, wake up and smell the coffee because queen to f6 now hits this pawn on f2 as well as maintains the fork in the position. You definitely cannot capture here because that's going to be all she wrote after queen takes f2 check, king h1, and thanks for the mate that you just handed me. So that would be over. So after looking at those complications, he saw the move f5. He said, let me just play the move f3 and keep everything solid and see what happens next. The move we're expecting is rook to e8, at least the move that the engines are saying is best, is rook to e8 here, keeping all the tension alive. There are all kinds of tricks. If you take on f5, then e takes on d4, hitting the queen, queen f2, and now bishop takes f5, and black's pieces have sprung to life. The king doesn't look as bad as you would hope. Rook takes, and queen takes are all natural material balancing moves, but after queen to e6, black just looks fine. His rook's going to come over to e8. He dominates the main lines of play. White doesn't have any attack going anywhere. Black just looks fine. And Caruana playing very well. It doesn't seem as though black has such a big advantage that Aronian will think, well, now I'm much worse. I'm suffering. So I think you see there, Levon is very calm. His moves are a bit easier to play, and it's up to Caruana to keep finding those funky moves that he's been playing so far. But I will point out, very importantly, we did see the win of the pawn happen in the other game. Let's get to this position. Remember we talked about Wesley So moving those pieces many times? Well, 3 times with this knight to get to e4, and now after castles by Vishy 3 times with that knight to capture on b6, and now the 3rd move by the white queen. So 3 moves by one knight, 3 moves by the other, 3 by the queen. I think that adds up to 9 moves with just 3 pieces. We're only on move 13, guys. Move 13 of the game. White is up a pawn, but black with what you call, Yaz, not just compensation, just a fine position. A move like e5 screams to be played. Bishop d7 with a rook coming, with threats are in the position already. Black has to be careful, or white has to be careful about c2. e2 might hang when the knight lands on d4. I mean, just tremendous, tremendous play for the black pieces. But Wesley So is there. I've got the pawn. Now prove it.
Thank you, Maurice. Well, indeed, that's a great challenge going on in that game, but I do like MVL's position. Going back to our game of the round, Magnus Carlsen, we have seen the move d5 takes c4, and by the way, we've been kind of back and forth between knight g5 and f3 by the world champion, or f2, f4. There's actually even a 3rd move to be considered, and that, I think, is the move knight a3, hoping to pick up the pawn in by this fashion, knight takes e4. Still, there's something about the position that doesn't feel right for me, Magnus's position, and it's the vision of seeing all of these queenside pieces on their original squares, and most specifically this bishop on c1. When white forces that knight to get to d3 and that pawn to get to d3, it's very hard to activate this bishop on c1. So I'm sure Magnus is looking for alternative moves that get his queenside
So you're
developed.
saying that if you play knight a3 after knight d3, we can also analyze queen a4 check and queen c4.
That's exactly that.
Knight a1, queen f7 check. Yeah.
Mate, yeah, or something like that. So knight a3, and lastly, there's even something to be said for b3. Again, I'm thinking if I'm white, I want to get my pieces out. I just don't want them sitting on the front row doing anything. And again, maybe knight f3 is the best move.
But yeah,
But after knight f3, knight d3, there's this position just doesn't have an appeal to me if I'm...
So Magnus picking a smart time to really take his time, because this is a critical decision, which will color the
Absolutely.
rest of the game.
Without question.
And
Without question.
let's talk about the confession booth that we
Oh,
have
yes.
here, which we also had in Norway chess. So if the players during the game have something to get off their chest, they want to talk about the game, what's going on, it's really exciting for the viewer. So all these players have the option to use the confession booth, and Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez is going to test it out for us.
All right.
Well, we are here at the floor of the playing hall. The players are right over there. And a cool new feature of the 2015 Sinquefield Cup is, as in Norway, the players have the option of using a confessional booth for them to just say what they're thinking, to say out loud their thoughts, and maybe even collect themselves a little bit when we can show you everything they say. So let's check it out. Let's come. So this area is soundproof, and the players can come here and say their thoughts. I can pretend to be Topalov and be like, oh, G5, I was just bluffing, or something. And hopefully the players use it often so we know what they're thinking. And, well, that's the confessional booth. Back to you, Jen and Yasser.
Wow, I hope nobody makes me go on the confession booth. I might be in it for way too long. I'd be hogging it up.
I was about to say that, sometimes, you make a move and you're proud of the move you made, and then you get up from the board and you go, oh gosh, that's a terrible move, it's a blunder. I go into the confession booth just to scream, like, I did it wrong. Oh.
Well, it is soundproof, but if you scream loud enough, somebody might try to help you.
Well, if you scream in space and there's nobody there to hear you, do you still make a sound?
Well, we look forward to hearing from some players in the confession booth. And we are actually going to take a little break here at the 2015 Sinquefield Cup, our second leg of the Grand Chess Tour. But we've had fun, and it's only the first hour and a half of, 60 hours of excitement in this year's Sinquefield Cup. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. back to the 2015 Sinquefield Cup, our very exciting first round, where we've got a crazy battle on our hand in the Carlson and Topalov game, where Topalov sacrificed a pawn right out of the gate, and Magnus did play your move, knight to a3.
Well, what do grandmasters do on their break? Why, they analyze the chess games, of course, and Maurice and I are mesmerized by what is going on in this game for the world champions. And we've been looking at this position after knight a3, and after serious contemplation, the engines don't like that move.
Well, that
Knight
kid in the
A3.
front row, though, with the aqua glasses, likes it. So I'm just saying. I would definitely take his word over the computer.
Oh, yeah? Well, we've seen this move rook g8, and that's put Magnus into the tank. And the engines now have believe that white has absolutely got to play the move d2, d4, which doesn't fit in the link of bishop e2 and knight a3. Knight a3 obviously had the intention of simply snapping that pawn, and now you're giving black the opportunity to capture en passant.
Any day that you get to capture en passant is a day worth living.
Is that right?
That's a famous chess experiment.
Right out of Philadelphia? Where does that one come from? But anyway, Magnus is not going to have that pawn in hand that he may have thought he was going to have, and instead it's just become a kind of a messy, open Sicilian-looking game where black's king is going to be stuck in the center for a long while, but white is facing some kingside threats that he's going to have to take very seriously.
And those two facts are, of course, related, right?
Absolutely.
And Maurice has some news on another game that we've been focused on this round between Wesley So, our wild card, and the always exciting player, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Well, you mentioned Yasser, a king being stuck in the middle of the board. Well, take a look at this king. What Wesley So has gone in there, grabbed this pawn, went in the cookie jar, grabbed the pawn, said, yeah, I got it. And now he's looking at the board and going, wait, I don't think I want it anymore. Because right now, it is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the move e5 that's saying, what pawn did you take, buddy? Here comes my bishop to e6. My knight's going to land on d4. Let's just take a look at a variation if your king leaves the center right now. First of all, I'm attacking this pawn. You can't even defend it. That's just freebie if I want it back. But if you drop back to c2, I'm not taking it. Knight d4, attacking your e2 pawn and the pawn on a2 still. Oh, your queen has to move? Hey, wait a minute. Did you smell this one coming? Bishop to b3. Now winning an exchange, of course, queen moving over here to e1 just simply runs into, well, he could actually just take on a2 with the threat of knight c2, knight b3, trapping everything, just over. This position here with the queen taking on c4, moving this knight 3 times. Remember we said we were wondering, what do I tell my students? Don't move the same piece over and over again in the opening. Don't bring your queen out without a good reason. Move it a couple of times. Don't go pawn grabbing if you're down in development. I was worried that I couldn't say those words anymore. Well, guess what? They hold true still, at least in this position, and white is in deep trouble in this position. The engine's already saying black, after the move e5, is sitting pretty. You just took a pawn, and the move e5 lands, and the engines are like, no. This is horrible for white. So Wesley in a whole bunch of hurt. Now, there's another position that I'm very concerned about for Fabiano. There's a principle, let's go back to this moment. There's a principle in chess called maintaining the tension. Maintaining the tension. Gregory Kaidanov, Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov, one of the great teachers, one of the great coaches in America today, if not the world, when he was training me to get the Grandmaster title, he noticed often that I captured when I shouldn't. I captured too soon. And he would say, dude, you got to maintain the tension. Don't blink first. Maintain the tension. So in this kind of position, well, even if we go back a couple of moves, after the move e5, Levon said, well, I won't capture. I'll even ratchet up the tension. Move f5. Well, I'm not trading either. I'm bringing up even more. Well, guess what? I'm not either. F3, we're maintaining the tension as much as possible. And the engines agreed with all these moves, and now the move rook to e8 was maintain the tension some more. Instead, the move D takes E4 came while on the break. I was sitting down on my laptop, and when I looked up and saw that move, I said, whoa, Gregory would be saying something's wrong with that. And the engines agree that this move is somewhat scary after F takes E4. You know, it's a tricky move because the pawn can go down the board. You have to calculate carefully. Now, the engineers are saying it's still okay if you take on D4 here, but you get the feeling like white got something, like black did something weird to the position. And actually now, as you give it to the engines to think a little bit more, now they're saying it's not okay after the move E5. That human intuition, that basic principle, we are guided by principles, not necessarily just by calculation, but mainly by principles. And this one's saying, this is good for white. This is looking kind of good. The move, instead of that, after FE4, instead of E takes D4, rook to A5. And here, the engines also really like white, because now you can take on F5, and you've got to be super careful. This position after bishop takes on F5, now D takes E5, and white's just sitting pretty. The position's falling apart for black. And also the move knight takes on F5, and white can now play this move, bishop to C4 check, driving him in the corner, and then D5 with threats to the E-pawn, knight E4 coming. Black again in big trouble. So maintain that tension. That's the lesson for this position. And now it is up to Aronian after rook A5 to find the right sequence. The pressure is on. He's deep in thought. He knows about maintaining the tension. Trust me. And you saw him just wiggle a little bit there, feeling pretty confident about his chances. But he's got to find the right move still in this very crazy position.
Thank you, Maurice. And in their personal head-to-head matchup, they've played lots of times, but they both had the full measure of one another. 5 victories for Levon Aronian, 4 for Fabiano. So they both know how to defeat one another, and at the moment it looks very good for Levon. Bringing us right back to that game of Wesley So and MVL, recognizing all of those things that you had said, Maurice, and most particularly that nasty bishop b3 line. Wesley dropped back with his queen voluntarily, and it looks like what he wants to do is tuck his queen away after a move like knight d4 to get his queen back on the first rank, and he's sitting there saying, okay, I've dropped the pawn, but check this out. That same variation that you mentioned, Maurice, bishop e6, and if you play, for example, a developing move or trying to develop with a move like d3, bishop b3, taking advantage of this pin on the a file, and white's going to have to cough up an exchange. So that's clearly not what Wesley has in mind. After knight d4, queen c2, pardon, knight d4, I think what Wesley has in mind is putting his queen on the square b1 so that he can keep an eye on this rook on a1. This is not an attractive way of playing the game.
I thought you were saying so we could get that perfect formation.
No,
that sometimes comes up in Fisher Random.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit like a Fisher Random position, and I don't like the way that this has developed for Wesley. For example, bishop f5, a very natural developing move. And if we play a move, for example, like d3, just imagine a line like this, rook c8, in order to play knight c2, and after a move like knight, oh, it doesn't work. I wanted to say there's even a queen trap, which there is, but of course you would have recaptured on e2 with the queen. Let me just go back to this position for a moment and start with the move bishop takes, naturally, rook c8, and it's not possible to prevent the knight from coming to c2. Maybe white can scramble for compensation with a move like castles, but even if he wanted to, black could capture this pawn. Never mind, he could also pick up the exchange. So I do not like this.
Horrible.
Well, horrible, yeah, but it's not an attractive way for Wesley to play this game. So definitely the opening edge has gone to MVL, and as we start our middle game, I like black's position.
After bishop f5,
yes.
Well, why do we have to play d3?
Well, I just didn't know what else to do.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I mean, you somehow...
Well, maybe e3 here. Pardon me. I apologize. e3 is still a move. And let me see. I'm just a little bit worried that my king might become the focus of attention, but it looks okay. Looks okay. I'll have to probably step back with the knight. So I got ideas like knight c5.
Ray kind of honing in on that d3 square as well.
Precisely. But, okay, I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound, e4. Again, it looks like there's great compensation to be had here for black, and Wesley is going to have to solve a lot of problems over the next 5 to 10 moves before he can breathe a little easier. 116 for MBL, 123 in terms of time, 109 now in terms of time.
Yeah, and even in that variation, it looks dangerous because it's, you know, the d2 pawn is hanging in the end. Yeah, so.
Well, let me just get up to date with the players. Queen c2.
Queen c2, and we're
MBL
up to
to
date.
play. Yeah,
Yeah.
we are up to date.
And Maurice's smiling about a different game. We can head over to Nakamura and Anand.
Sure.
We thought Nakamura had a slight pull earlier,
Okay.
and we know he's got a great score against Vishy. What's going on now, Maurice?
Well, I was looking at this position, I was thinking, oh, slight edge for white, but it's a little bit of a snooze fest, so we can ignore that game unless something dramatic happened. Well, something dramatic has occurred in this game, and you guys can guess the move. Before I even say it, you can guess the move. Bishop back to d2 after 95, knight b6, bishop to f4. I'm thinking, what are you trying for, a equal draw maybe? Knight going back to d5. What's the point of that? Now knight e5. Now there's some very solid ways for black to play this position. Super solid ways. Just one beginning with knight takes on f4 and bishop takes g2. The Indians love that for black. Black's just fine. No problems at all. But Vishy said, you know what? All the sex appeal is happening on the other two boards. Nobody's paying attention to me. I think I just need to play the same move. And now g5 is on the board. We like seeing moves like this, but in this position, it might come with a little bit of a caveat because the guy can just drop back with bishop to d2, and we're back in this position. But now you've got this pawn sticking out on the g5 square. This move, knight to b6, might still have been playable, but not with the knight now on e5. That's a big difference in the position. Knight takes on c6 is now possible. Anything captures here. We keep taking on c6, b takes, and now bishop to a5, and the whole position is way different. White is the one with all the pressure. Looks like white is, in fact, way better, maybe close to winning in this line. So what's up with this move? g5 on move 21. It's been the move of the round so far. 3 players now with the black pieces dropping this move on the board, but you could see Nakamura there. He has the intense eyes of a hawk, thinking, there's something wrong with that. I've got to prove it. Well, all he has to do, in fact, is just drop back to d2, but you know he smells something fishy, and it ain't Vishy, I imagine, in this position, but that move g5 looked quite wrong.
It seems to be the round for g7, g5. No question about that, getting that in 3 games this early in the round. We did not see that move d to d4.
No, instead we saw knight takes c4.
Knight takes c4. Whoa. What is knight takes c4?
Yeah.
Just a second. Help me clear the cobwebs here, Jen. If we capture the knight, we're a piece up. Simultaneously, we've got an attack here. There's some knight f7 tricks that I don't quite
must
fathom.
be something like that, or...
I'm in a little bit of a shock here because the world champion seems to have sacrificed a piece with his last move. Knight takes c4. Maybe d4? This looks really too weird for words. What is going on? Knight just drops back? Do you see the
Whoa, that is strange. I mean,
there may be
go
some
back.
compensation, but I don't quite see it myself.
So what about your knight takes f7 try?
I don't believe it. King takes f7, bishop takes c4. At the moment, it's only a pawn, or what is the body count? 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Weird.
2 pawns. No, that can't be
we're
good.
missing something then. Let's take so knight c4.
Okay, we're going to go back just for a moment. So this is the position on the board. Magnus Carlsen ignored the threat to his g5 knight, which was just placed under attack, and instead he said, I'm clipping a pawn. Knight takes c4.
That's right. So
Now, first of all, there is rook takes g5, of course, but I rejected that because I thought, well, let's punish white, f2, f4.
and then after takes on c4, you have it takes g5 hitting another piece, so you
Precisely.
end up ahead of material, right?
Correct.
So the key variation is what to do after knight takes c4.
Correct. Knight takes c4 is our main line, and now we just kind of like stumbled and stopped. We go, what? What does the world champion have in mind? Clearly, this plays right into black's hands. He's just a piece
Yeah,
up,
there's
and
nothing
that's
there.
nothing there. So we've got to do
So we're
something.
looking at like knight takes f7 or
d4.
or
I
f4
think
or d4.
I think
you looked
D4.
at d4 and then after knight b6 we stopped. But what about
e5 maybe,
or taking on c5?
yeah, taking on c5. Okay, we'll fall for it. Takes.
And
Now again, there's a pawn that could be had by trading queens, but then we traded queens, and we're not happy about that. Queen b3.
queen b3 would seem
Legit. Okay, we're swimming
No,
here, and it is not the.
maybe the knight takes f7 line. Well, Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, your thoughts on
This amazing
on this
decision by
knight takes c4 by Magnus Carlsen?
Magnus Carlsen.
My thoughts, I'm like, whoa, what just happened is my thoughts. That's crazy, the move knight takes on c4 in this position. And the engines, however, are saying that, okay, white might have some minimal compensation here. After knight takes c4, that just is a piece in hand you don't want to take back here because your knight is hanging. So the move is d4 being given by the engines, as you guys pointed out. And now black can simply, now that this knight is not on take, but his is, it's time to just drop it back, a5 or b6, both good squares. And now white has to prove something. White has multiple moves. All of them are crazy, but might lead back to some comp. Takes on c5 is a natural move here. Black can ignore it with e5. That's a good move. Black can also take and ask him about this position. Queen takes, king takes, knight f7 being given as the best, king to e8 and knight e5. You look at this position, you say, Topalov is thinking, if you're going to play this against me, you're going to be in trouble. You don't want to play like this. He's a piece down. Yes, he got back some pawns for it, 2 pawns, but it's not going to be enough as these bishops are going to go nuts, and the extra piece will count in a few moves. So just looking at the line, it seems as though after knight takes on c4, Topalov is still thinking, no, he did actually capture on c4, and d4 has occurred. So we're going down this line. I can't imagine after the move knight a5, we're guarding the square on b3, so no queen b3 tricks. It looks as though it's not that special for white, and white's just going to go down in this position unless he comes up with something sharper. Maybe a move like e5 could be possible, but it's ending up in the same kind of endgames after this capture. Not impressive after queen d1, and the computers are like, I don't know what white thinks he has, but it looks like he doesn't have anything special in the short term or even the long term. Nothing to point at that says that the world champion should have played like this. So we're going to have to see what Magnus Carlsen has cooked up in this position, what he's thinking about as to why he would sack a piece for a very little reason.
Wow.
Either it's inspired or simply miscalculated. I mean, that's what it comes down to, right? I mean, and we'll find
We've
a
got
result there.
Grandmaster Wesley So in the confessional. So the first
hard to at least save this game. I have to be very careful now.
I think we missed what
he said. We did get that he has to be very careful now. You know, it's not that surprising to see Wesley So as the So he knows he's in trouble and he's trying to find a way to save the game. That was his confession. And I'm not that surprised to see Wesley be the first one to utilize the confessional. In the press conference yesterday, he mentioned how much he loved the idea. He wants chess to be more popular. And obviously, he likes the idea of motivating the viewers to keep tuning in.
Well, when I think of a confessional, I think of absolution. So was he asking for absolution for his poor play or something?
Well, we'll see. But
okay,
we've got actually a special guest here. We've got Jeff
lovely,
Reinhardt with the City of St. Louis, and he's also a board member of the St. Louis Chess Club. He's with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley to talk about the impact events like this are having on the city.
Yes, we are with Jeff, Rainford. Jeff, we met a while back. You introduced me to Demetrius Johnson, who was a wonderful guy and has been doing quite a lot for chess in the city. Tell us how you met Demetrius and why you thought that was important for him to be doing what he's doing.
Well, Demetrius is a former pro football player, one of the best players ever to go to the University of Missouri. And after he left football, he's really been doing a lot with kids, particularly inner city kids and inner city African American young men. And I introduced Demetrius to some of the people here at the center, and I said, chess could be a really important part of what you're doing for these kids to give them alternatives to violence and drugs and some of the other things that are happening. And at first, I remember when we were at lunch not far from here, and he looked at me like I had 3 heads or something. But then he met you and met other folks, and he became a true believer. And recently, he had a tournament with inner city African American high school football players. They played chess against each other as a team. And the intensity, it was not as intense as what we're seeing here today, but for their level, it was the same amount of intensity. And really, I think the coolest thing about the whole thing is you and Demetrius and other people are making it cool to be smart. And there are lots of places, lots of neighborhoods in St. Louis and across the country where it's not cool to be smart. So I think it's one of the most fundamental and the greatest contributions to, St. Louis is now, probably the chess capital of America, and it's probably one of the greatest contributions to our city is getting more people involved, more kids involved in chess.
Now, I know that you were working with the mayor of Slay, and now you have your own consulting firm. Why is it that chess is booming here in such a great way? That we see the city supporting it, we see the mayor supporting it, yourself, Demetrius Johnson, St. Louis. Would you have thought this as someone who's from the city, that this would be happening here in such a great way?
Well, yes and no. First of all, there's a lot of St. Louis, both in the past and right now, there's been we have a history. There's a lot of brain power here. We have Washington University near here, one of the great universities. We have BJC, one of the great medical complexes, one of the great symphonies, one of the great art museums. So we have a history of doing this. But if we're going to be honest with each other, it would not have happened without Rex and Jeannie Sinquefield. I mean, they have been the people who have made the commitment themselves. They're the ones who got the rest of us excited. I'm sure the first time Rex and Jeannie told the mayor and me, hey, we want to make St. Louis the chess capital of the world, I probably looked at them like they had 3 heads. But you know what? They were right. I mean, it really has been a phenomenal thing. And again, it clearly is good for St. Louis's brand. I mean, when you're talking about bringing the smartest men and women in the world to St. Louis, now St. Louis Webster University now has a really good team, and it brings great repute to our city.
Lindenwood as well.
Lindenwood is building a great team, and it's the kind of thing that you want your city to be known as. And again, I know how to play chess, but I'm not a particularly good chess player. But
I was going to ask you that question.
I appreciate it.
What does it feel like being in a place like this with all this brain power and all this great chess going on?
So I was watching you all talk about the game going on with Magnus and you're scratching your heads, and I thought maybe you were speaking another language. I just got back from Paris where I only speak a little bit of French, and that's the way that I felt. But in my life, I have to think strategically, so I get the general concept of it, but more importantly, it's such a great game. I'm a member of the club, even though I'm not an avid player, because I really do. I know enough about chess to know that the more of our kids who are doing it, the better it is for them, and the more St. Louis is thought of, in the context of chess, the better it's going to be for our city.
Well, Jeff, we appreciate that kind of support, and we look forward to more of that support in years to come. And we often look at Rex like he has 3 heads. That's normal for him.
Well, let me just say this though. Here's the other thing about what you guys are doing. The 3 of you do. It was the same thing. If somebody said, "Oh, they're going to do a live broadcast of chess," I'd be like, how can they possibly make that interesting? And the 3 of you, I'm pretty sure, could make anything interesting. You guys do a great job, and I think that's important. When I was a kid, Major League Baseball had started turning its back on younger fans, and then they finally discovered one day that Major League Baseball wasn't as popular, and they went back and they were mindful about what they did. They started the games earlier so more kids can go. What you guys are doing with the broadcasting of these events and the way that you do it and make it interesting and to a broader audience is really good for the game of chess, and especially for the game of chess in America. And the 3 of you, along with Rex and Jeannie and other folks, may be the ones that hopefully a generation from now, American chess players are really thought of the same way that I think other people think of Russian chess players and the like. So you guys are doing a great job.
Well, we appreciate that very much, and we'll keep doing our part.
All right.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
Jeff Rainford with Rainford and Associates, supporting chess here in St. Louis. It takes a team, and he's part of it, and so are we, and proud to be so. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Maurice. Wow. And things are really heating up, just across all the boards, by the way. It's just fantastic. I'm looking at the game of Hikaru Nakamura versus five-time world champion Vishy Anand. And as we know, they both had great event in Norway. So this is a key matchup as they get this tournament underway. After the move G5, we actually thought that Vishy might be in a little bit of trouble, Bishop D2, but Vishy shows that he's still got everything under control. He's just tossed out this move B7, B6, encouraging Hikaru to grab the two bishops, knight takes C6, and you think from a long-term perspective it's going to be nice for white, but thanks to this pawn being on the A2 square, the B3 square is weak, and Vishy has his own ideas. If he could plant his knight on D4, which simultaneously attacks his pawn on E2, he'll also be able to go knight D4 to B3 with a nice little fork against rook and bishop, and he will have solved his problems.
Well, especially considering the fact that we would probably ideally want to put our F rook on C1, but that would further come into fire of your knight in B3.
Exactly. So at first blush, it really did look very, very good for Vishy. But
you mean for
Naka, for white. And then suddenly after this move B7, B6, which, forces this, what looks like this forced
No, well, he played knight C4 actually.
Yeah.
So speaking of maintaining the tension.
Yeah, it didn't seem that knight C6 was going to work out in his favor, and the whole idea of winning the light squared bishop, looked right. But okay, knight C4 was played, and now I think it's time for
well, yeah, you want to guard the b6 pawn to make sure that I don't have bishop takes d5 and knight b6. Although I don't think I would anyway, because there might be a possible rook b8. But knight d7 just covers that up so that it's not an issue
to defend. Now there is this one line. Okay, I have to be careful. If I play a move like e2, e4, it's not without consequence. My pieces on the d3, on the d file, pardon me, are suddenly weakened, but I was trying to do it with a very specific idea in mind, which was to run this pawn up the board. But the problem is, I think the d2 bishop is going to be hanging after bishop g2, king g2, bishop e5. I think I can simply...
Well, did you check bishop g2 take on f6, though? We also have to look at that.
Oh, I see. I apologize. I did it the wrong way. Bishop e5. I apologize.
Yes, first, okay. Because otherwise, yeah, takes on f6. Even that might not work, but okay.
Even this? You mean like this? Takes here, takes here, and then again, there's a traffic problem on the d3, on the d file. So... intriguing game here.
Everything so instead of e4, though, I do think there are some other options. Maybe white can just make a solid move like rook to c1 or rook d1. Earlier you had this beautiful knight on d4. You sacrificed the two bishops to get the knight on d4, but here, of course, we can calmly put a rook on c1.
Okay, we have to do it in a way that we don't lose the a4 pawn.
Yeah, you don't want to lose the a4 pawn.
Yeah. So rook f c1?
Yeah, rook f c1, I was thinking. Okay. Although I see there's like some... We've got b2 protected by two knights right now.
Right.
And we always have to check the...
Well, even in this crazy situation...
Check bishop a4, sure.
There is this... we can force, if we want, the trade. This doesn't look quite as good for black with the knight on the wrong circuit. The knight's not on d4, it's on d7.
Our rook just got activated, too, on a5. Both of them, right?
Yeah. So that didn't pan out, but I do have the impression that...
the black's okay?
Yeah, that he may be able to slowly get rid of his pressure.
And some other games, what about the ones that are particularly explosive? Let's take a look back at Aronian Caruana. Maurice has the latest for us on that.
All right.
Absolutely dominant position now for Aronian, but he has to sacrifice a rook to prove it. Well, I'm being a little bit overdramatic. I don't do that very often. But at any rate, this position, after knight takes on f5, we knew that this was forced to take on f5. Bishop c4 check, now king to g7, now going into the corner was Caruana, and now d5, and that's the big clamp. That's like, I'm just going to sit on your face, and you're not going to like it. Who does when you sit on somebody's face? This move d5 is now in the position, and now rook to e8. The Indians really didn't like that last move too much. I thought knight d6, just sacrificing the pawn, because this move, rook to e8, allows, and here comes the moment I was talking about, knight to e4. We all know you put a knight in front of a pawn on e4 where pawns can't challenge it, and you just have a fantastic piece. This knight is just dominating the chessboard. Don't go anywhere because I got you covered every which direction. But the great thing about this move is knight d4 doesn't work. It looks good. We're not sacrificing exchange. We're ignoring everything and sacrificing a rook with the move queen to h5. And this now allows for some spectacular variations. If you don't take this rook, it's going to move to f2, double rooks on this file, and you know you're going to cry because your position is going to be terrible. G-pawn's hanging, an attack on your king that just looks silly right now. But if you do take the rook, knight takes on g5. You might have noticed, by the way, that Indian go crazy all the way to the top because white is now winning cold. There are no variations to look at. Let's take a look at the first one, borrowing a second rook. I say borrowing because you're actually dying. Queen takes a7 check. The king's got to move. And now the knight drops back to e4 and a funky little checkmate on the board. That's out. Don't touch my rook. Now we go back to this one. Remember that title, Yaz's title, Take My Rooks, Please. That's not a good example of taking rooks. After knight takes g5, there are other moves here. Bishop to f5 being one of them. White could play calmly or kill the guy, whichever one is going to work for him. If he calculates queen f7 check, the king does not want to go back into this position because after queen takes, we're threatening mate, we're threatening knight f7, the queen's hanging, that's all she wrote, that's horrible. So in this position, the position could go, just get my position back here, instead of queen, after bishop to f5, okay, just when I was getting exciting, my board decided to disappear on me. I think I can get it back, but no, I can't. You're going to have to trust me in this position after check, bishop f5, rook f1. Yes, you might want to take a look at that because you're going to love the variations coming out of that line. Rook f1, super powerful with the idea of rook takes the bishop on f5. Rook f7 is threatened. Everything is threatened in that position. It's just huge. Caruana in deep trouble in all the main lines, but the key is he has to find knight e4 right now. Does Aronian, and it's going to take him some time in this position on the board to find the move knight to e4 and confirm that he's just much better. Guys?
Wow. Well, Maurice, now that you've passed me the baton, I got to carry it with it. Got to go with it. Okay, so we've got this position on the board. Okay.
Oh, yours is working.
Yeah, mine is working. So this is a lovely variation. Knight e4, taking up a great strategic outpost in the middle of the board. Knight d4, the variation that Maurice was pointing out. Queen h5, if we capture the rook. Knight takes g5, and what Maurice was saying was that after bishop f5, queen check, king h6, you don't want to go back to h8, because if you go back to h8, queen takes f5. So king h6 gets a little bit wild here, but what Maurice was saying is that after knight takes g5, I think Maurice was mentioning this move, bishop f5, and now rook f1, hitting this bishop, setting up for queen f7 check. Bishop g6 Bishop g6 looks forced, right? We're going to go in.
We get to go in with rook f7.
Rook f7 check. You got to drop back with the king. There's no other choice in that situation. Now we go queen h6. We've got that sweet little queen f6. And if you take the knight, of course I don't take your queen. Oops, and I don't get g7. That was a mouse slip, everybody.
Oh, that's pretty sweet.
That is a sweet. So Levon Aronian.
And just, of course, bishop f7, just allowing queen h7, queen f7.
Sorry,
and
which
so
version?
Pretty. Wow. Yeah. No, the
rook f1.
Rook f1, bishop g6. So.
Yeah, that is very pretty, huh? Rook f. Whoops. And that's all she wrote.
And then after king g8.
King g8, queen h6.
So now you can't play bishop takes f7 because of queen h7. And if we go back one more move.
If we go back one more move.
Another move, actually, yeah.
Oh,
so,
sorry.
If
Bishop takes
Bishop
F7.
Takes F7
I
here,
see what you mean.
We have two options here, but taking on H7 is the right one.
And King F6. Knight
now we have
E4.
Knight E4.
Oh, this is too
and then
pretty.
D6. Whoosh.
This is too pretty.
And now the king caught in the center. Wow, like a little epaulet mate, right?
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Very nice.
Oh, that's really, really nice. Black will be forced to give up his queen, but that's
well,
all
a
she
little bit
wrote.
more than the queen, right? Because we also get to take on a F7 as well.
That would be a gorgeous
So
finish.
we're getting the checkmate on D7 and on top. So
Levon Aronian really in the driver's seat
going
here.
for the brilliancy prize in round one.
No question about it. If
Very
he goes
sweet.
for that rook sacrifice, he is, whoa.
Well, he's got the time to think about it, right? He's got a full hour here. He's been keeping great track of his clock. And is he going to note that this is the critical moment and go for it? Levon said this is the tournament where he's going to regain his form.
Well, he said America's the land of opportunity, and he's looking for his opportunities, and he's got one right now. And one of the things that I think these 2800s have that mere mortals don't is a tremendous sense. It's like their spidey sense starts tingling when they have such opportunities.
Right, it's that critical moment, huh?
And this is it, and this is where we think that if Levon can work his way through that analysis that we just showed, and if he could come up with this great move, Knight E4, and offering an entire rook sacrifice.
And from a human point of view also, it feels like in this position it's even harder to calculate because he's probably also looking at like D6, not just Knight takes G5.
Right, you
after Knight takes C2.
Yeah, you definitely
So that makes the tree much more complex.
Exactly. Your bishop on C4, it's kind of looking a little passive, so you want it in the game. So you start thinking about, okay, playing that move D5, D6, and like you say, it's just wrong. But at first, you have to look at it because you want to open up the bishop and get control of the F7
yeah,
square.
why is it, Leah? Let's take a look and see how Black knocks that down so we can just get a sense of what Levon might be looking at here.
Right, so your concept...
Similar variations, basically.
Similar variations. You're trying to take control of the F7 square. But the reality is that after a move, I don't know, like maybe just simply bishop E6 or just moving our rook over to the F8 square. Don't forget, we have still this guy on prise.
Right, so it's pretty key to defend that F7 square, because now when we play Knight takes G5, it's no longer a double attack.
Exactly.
So you have time to play like bishop F5 or something like that.
Yeah, bishop F5, H6.
Yeah.
Just to put that on the board. Knight takes G5, ideas like queen H7 can be met either with H6 or, as you said, Jen, with the move bishop F5. And it turns out this move D5, D6 wasn't actually needed.
Right.
We can save that for later.
And there's still probably stuff to analyze there, but once he sees all those myriad defenses for Black, and yet the more forcing line with Knight G5, he will start going on that more linear route.
Well, exactly. And when you come down to this Knight G5, well, you immediately reject H6 because that's simply a checkmate in 2. Okay, right. Everybody gets that one. But the one that's tough, and it's really tough actually, is this move bishop F5 because that covers H7, and you've got to see this nice little quiet move rook F1 because otherwise you can convince yourself the variation makes no sense until you see that after rook F1, bishop drops back. This beautiful line.
Yeah, very beautiful. So I love it. So
okay, how did we do that again?
What we did was after
bishop F7.
No, the pretty line was after instead of bishop F7 here, bishop F7 here.
Here.
Yeah, because
right. This
now we instead of playing queen F7, playing queen H7 to start.
Right, because queen F7, so long as the king can go to
H6, exactly,
he's still kicking. And
right,
you don't want any kicking.
We actually, it's bizarre in a way. I think what's so beautiful about this is normally we want to bring our king to the side, but here actually we can't get another piece into the attack because the knight going to E4 is actually further away from the attack. Whereas if you look at the mirror image, it's beautiful because we actually get the bishop and the pawn in.
That's the one I really like.
Yeah, again, so here instead we play queen H7.
Right. And isn't this wonderful? I get to steal Maurice's thunder because he had this beautiful position, beautiful line all set up, and his computer froze. So I get to do
Well,
the honors? Oh, that's sweet.
Well, I think the best thing of all is if we actually get this position on the board, of course,
That would be
Levon's fans will
wild.
be quite thrilled.
Yeah, nice line.
But can we go back real quick to Rook F1? Because I just want to see, I'm sure everything else loses by force, but, and it's happening. Is it happening? Let's take a look.
Let's go.
We do have knight e4 on the board, and I was just wondering if after, of course, Fabiano's not forced to play knight d4, right?
True.
So if he finds that it's completely losing, I was just wondering after knight d4, queen h5, knight c2.
Yes, let's do it
after
again.
that whole variation, after
Yes, Jen.
I'm assuming
C2.
there's no other moves except for bishop g6, but after bishop f5.
You mean bishop f5? Now again, this quiet move rook f1, that really shows
So devastating.
The attacker's touch, actually. I like that move very much, rook f1. And again, just to put one other variation, knight e3, defending the bishop, that won't work at all because that whole knight e4 checkmate idea, as Maurice has pointed out in other similar situations, works. And of course, you can't go back to f8 because that's a mate on the
and
spot.
then similar lines if you try to defend the situation with the rook on f8.
Exactly.
And then what about with the queen? So what if we play queen c8?
Or queen f6, queen c8. Okay.
Yeah. Queen f6 or queen c8. Exactly. Probably queen f6 looks a
little bit more necessary, right? Because
yeah.
otherwise queen f7. Okay, so let's put queen f6 on the board. Oops, excuse me. I'm making two moves for black. Queen f6 on the board.
The thing is, the e8 is hanging here.
Well, that's precisely right. And that's a big diff, right?
Yeah.
I can take the rook, but now you've got to take the knight. Right?
Yeah, of course. We have to play queen g5 here.
Okay, but now I can take this pawn on e5 with a check.
And we're just going to be up material at the end of that.
Wow, and
we're going to be, and you're taking,
pawns are going to.
Once we see that we're even in material with a couple extra pawns.
Okay.
Yeah, it's time to stop analyzing.
Good point, Jen. So Fabiano Caruana, our defending champion, in serious trouble in round one against Levon Aronian.
That's right. He does look like he's not enjoying this, and I think he's going to try to find something besides knight d4. But what else is there?
Exactly, Maurice. What's your thoughts?
Troublesome position, certainly for Fabiano fans. That one there after knight e4, Levon looks like he's just on top of the world. We saw that position after the trade, the premature trade, not maintaining the tension by Caruana, rook e8 coming way too late, and he is well aware of the fact that he's in deep trouble. This position is just terrible. White is just standing pretty, and Aronian just has to pressure the game right now. You see him standing there picking up his cup and saying, I'm just going to go for a stroll and drink here. Meantime, a completely different posture for Caruana, who's just clearly under massive pressure after such creative play in the opening. Speaking of creative play, let's get to another position where our number one player on the planet, Magnus Carlsen, has played a quite unusual move. The move here after knight to b6, he played bishop to h5, going after that pawn on f7. It's not every day you see a bishop come from h5 trying to attack the f7 square. We're seeing all kinds of new things here, but this one, not exactly new, but certainly different from what we normally see. Well, here, the engine's saying, that's nothing. What are you talking about? We're going to first start by trading. And here, if black were totally scared, black could just rip this knight off right now. Remember, he has a piece in his hand. So rook takes g5 is playable, followed by nibbling on this pawn on d4, and he's keeping it with the move e5 coming soon. But the engine's also saying, I can also be just greedy. I'll play rook to g6 and dare you to find a continuation here. Natural looks to be queen takes h7, and now rook g7, covering the f7 point, attacking the queen. Queen h8 is possible. And now show me what you got after taking on d4. Now there is a move here, knight to h7, most natural attacking move. And now the engine's saying, I'll take you now. Get rid of that and play e5. And in this position, white is even in material. White could argue that he has a rook and a pawn for a knight and bishop, even in material. But hey, this pass pawn, that bishop going to be able to go to e6. Now it's starting to look quite nice for black. The pressure on this side, plus the pass pawn, plus the two pieces for the rook. But maybe this is what Magnus has to go into and say, I can try to make something of this position. My pawn going down the board, maybe some compensation. The engine say no. The rook maybe on the c file, maybe some compensation. This is a bit messier position and something that Black can argue he has a great advantage, but maybe not clear and easy to win. So Topalov's going to have to decide which direction he wants to go in here, and Magnus knows that he's in trouble. He can't believe that he's perfectly okay after this full sacrifice of a piece. You know, if Magnus had the black pieces, he'd be thinking, I don't believe you. I'm going to find a way to win. So now it's up to Topalov to face the pressure of a desperate champion. The last we saw in the Grand Chess Tour, Magnus went down horribly against his countryman and friend, John Ludwig Hammer. He doesn't want to continue the trend. In the first round, as he lost the last first round against Topalov, this would be a horrible start, to say the least, for the world champion.
Thank you, Maurice. I mean, those are some very nice variations that Black plays to break the pressure. But the really annoying thing, if you're in Veselin Topalov's shoes, is that you've won a piece out of the opening. And now you're thinking to yourself, I've got this game won. And your opponent, you know, darn him, he's really making it difficult. And you saw Veselin Topalov saying, why is it that this guy has so much compensation? This move, Bishop H5, is really a move off the beaten path. You might see that in some beginners games where you might jump in and say, you know, you really shouldn't be trying to attack the bishop, you know, the F7 pawn from the side of the board. You're supposed to put it on the Italian diagonal, you know, A2, F7. But that move, Bishop H5, is really annoying to Topalov. Okay, obviously you should take that bishop. Queen takes, rook up. Now, I really don't like this move, queen takes h7. Of course, I like winning a pawn, but if I'm in white shoes, I'm thinking that you got to play take on d4, take on c5, and just try to open up the position so that you'll bring your bishop into the game quickly, followed by rook d1. I believe something's happened.
That's right. We've got the variation we looked at on the board in the game between Aronia and Caruana. What happened, Maurice?
Incredible. We thought that he had to hunker down and just try to defend the position. But Caruana went right ahead with this move, knight to d4, incredibly allowing queen to h5. And it's like a snowball rolling down the hill. The position is busted. It's out. He cannot take this rook. We know that for a fact. The engine's giving the only move to be bishop to f5 just to try to hang on. But the engine's also saying, this is lost. This is a horrible position to have. After the move, rook to f2, white's pieces just look beautiful. Like, how could he dream of a better position? Bishop back to g6 is playable here, but now queen to g4. Forget about trading. We're not trading yet. I mean, grabbing this pawn and try to trade, go into some endgame. We're just going to keep this position and make you suffer. h5 is possible. Begging him to, he could take if he wants to. Begging him, no, you're still under pressure. We want to take this with the knight. And this position is slowly but surely turning into a total mess. If bishop takes e4, trying to get rid of that strong knight, rook takes, and now the rooks, the bishop, black's pieces look awful. E-pawn is hanging, and don't play this move right here, queen e7, trying to defend it, because d6 will land on the board with rook to f7 coming. This might be the line to play something here. Queen d6 is also possible in this position. No, it's not, because the queen takes g5. So what to do after queen h5? Going back here, how could Caruana go into this line and hope that he's going to survive? This is busto. This is out, like gone, and he is in deep trouble. The winner of last year's Sinquefield Cup, the Inchers are giving +3. I mean, 3 is, you don't even play. You don't even make moves. It doesn't look like material is being won to that degree as yet, but clearly white is completely on top, and Aronian knows it. Remember, he was just strolling a second ago? Now he's gone into no more games. I've got to get you. I will not let you off the hook, and I'm going to take home this win. Amazing how easy it is to play this kind of, we talked about 21st century chess, and then one slip, and you go back into a nice little 20th century beatdown. Wow. That's what's happening here.
Well, you know, Aronian is famous for trash talking, and if only he could talk now. In fact, he should go into the confessional, do a little trash talking. But indeed, this is beautiful. But you know, maybe Fabiano missed something in some of those variations. Some of the not that easy to see. That quiet move, maybe rook f1, he missed. Is that possible? That does seem pretty forcing. It's not that quiet of a move, is it?
Right.
I don't know. Maybe he missed something with bishop g6, rook f7. Maybe he was looking at the variation with queen takes h7 queen takes f7, king h6 instead of queen h7.
Right.
These are things that it's human to miss.
Oh, easily. Oh, yeah.
Because there's a lot of other
variations.
variations.
So sharp,
he has to check other things.
Right.
The problem is the engine tells us what the best move is, so we look along
it's
that
easy
branch.
for us, yeah.
But whereas for him, he has to look at every branch because he's not like able to see it that quickly, and that's what's difficult, being able to look at all of those branches, then figuring out the decisive one, then getting it all right.
Exactly.
Not easy, and I think he missed something there.
Well, I mean, you just mentioned Levon should go into the confessional, and I'm thinking that's the wrong thing to do, because it's like hubris. You know, you go into the confessional and say, I'm winning, I'm winning, I'm winning, and then you get smacked down because you miss a move or something of that nature.
But it's awesome. That's an awesome time to use a confessional when you're winning, right? I think it's a cute name for it, the confessional, but that doesn't mean you only do it when you play badly. I think when players win, they should go in there and brag too. I mean, because in a way, if he's totally winning, then he doesn't have to worry about wasting time in the confessional or getting out of the zone, right? So I think now would be the time to do it.
All right, interesting. A little disagreement
and we've got an update. Do we have a move in the game? Maurice has a comment on the game. Do we got a move?
No, I have a comment on your comment, the business about the confessional. I have to tell you a story that you'll see who I agree with in this situation. Many years ago, I was playing against Grandmaster Robert Byrne, longtime writer for the New York Times. And Robert, of course, is a famous player, was a famous player. I mean, he was at the end of some Bobby Fischer brilliancies. And I was a young player, not even an IM yet, and I was doing really well in the World Open. I think it was going way back, 1988 or 89. And I'm playing this position with the black pieces, and I'm just all over him. In like 20 moves, I'm crushing him. Unbelievable that with the black piece in the Sicilian, that's what I was doing. And I'm strolling around, feeling pretty good about myself. And a friend of mine, Natasha Us, who's now Natasha Christensen, married to Grandmaster Larry Christensen, she saw me looking with that Cheshire Cat smile on my face, and she said, what's going on? And I said to her, with all the hubris in the world, I'm going to get a brilliancy for this game. Like, just like that. Like, I was so proud of myself, the way I was just beating on him. And she said, wide-eyed, really, wow, she was surprised. I go back to the board, and on the very next move, I missed the crushing blow. On the very next move, I had lost my concentration, my focus, just thinking, this is over. I missed the win on that move. And he proceeded, after he's like, oh, you missed it, to start torturing me for the next 30 moves. And now I was the one who was suffering. And then in that moment, when I was suffering 30 moves later, I defended myself. I was okay. And instead of taking a draw, he got hubris. He got fearless and said, no, I'm not giving this punk a draw, and made a mistake. And I was able to pull off a tricky combination and win the game anyway. After the game, I was kicking myself. And I think that I now will tell you, I agree with Yasser. I think it's a poor time when you think you're winning to go start talking trash. You need to focus on putting somebody out, because chess punishes us time and time again when we get cocky in the middle of the game. To me, you're not winning until the person reaches their hand over and says, I resign, that's it. I don't think about winning anymore. That taught me a lesson. Play the game. Be true to the game. Be true to the moment. Because chess, sometimes you're winning, but you got to play spectacular moves. And when your mind starts wandering, that's when you miss ideas.
Don't listen to them, players. We want everybody to use the confessional box at every opportunity.
Well,
because it is tough for them to use it.
Yeah, I think they're more prone to use the confessional box after they made a mistake, and then they want everybody to recognize.
They're going to lose anyway.
Yeah, recognize they made a mistake.
We've got some other big news in another game. Well, let's take a look. Has Fabiano made a move yet? Let's refresh the board on Fabiano's board. Okay. And has he played knight to d4? He's taken the rook. He's taken the rook, and now we are going to see on the board this knight takes g5, probably bishop f5, rook f1. Gorgeous variation, and I mean, talk about brilliancies.
This is the one that really had us soaring. This is going to be.
And I was postulating that perhaps earlier Fabiano missed this queen takes h7 and was mostly analyzing queen takes f7, because I mean that is kind of the move that strikes you first.
Of course, you want to take a bishop over a pawn, but then king h6, and probably Fabiano's discovered some defensive way of holding this position.
That would be my gut, that he started looking, and then he started looking maybe at queen f5, and he went down the rabbit hole or something. That's a problem sometimes when you start looking too long at one variation without stepping back and seeing if you missed a fork in the road.
Yeah,
that can happen quite a lot.
An overview. But this was the lovely queen h7 check, driving the king into the center.
Knight e4 check, and then the best move is after king e7, because come on, you can't screw it up now, Maurice and Yasser. You got to agree with me now. Now run to the confessional booth before Poppy has a chance to play king e7. I love it.
Okay,
I mean,
okay, you got a point there. You know, when you can see a mate in 3, you know, okay, you got a point. Yeah, and just again, this is the split, beautiful.
Levon would do that.
Yeah.
Levon's a great guy, and he understands the importance of popularizing chess. And I think, like, in theory, he would do that under some circumstances, except it might be a bit too painful to Fabi. We'll see.
Right. Also, just the confessional thing, I remember this, I played in a U.S. championship, and I was just cruising. I was just doing great in the U.S. championship, and I was playing against Alexander Shabalov. And Shabalov just had a terrible position, and if I win this game, I've clinched the championship. And literally I relaxed, and the game turned around in time trouble. I lost. I ended up tying for first. But I remember Grandmaster Larry Christensen coming up to us in the postmortem and say, at this moment, Yasser, I think you were writing your victory speech.
I love it.
Yeah, I got.
No, but you don't have a flair for long speeches.
No.
So knight takes g5.
Has that been played?
That has been played, and now we're awaiting Fabiano's response. And well, this game's not going to be a long one. And for those of us who were, predicting or hoping for a Fabiano streak part 2 in the Sinquefield Cup, it doesn't look like we're going to get it.
Happen.
And if anything, he now has to get out of the hole after this game. But one other game that I'm sure we're going to have a very close eye on after the result for this one comes in is Giri versus Grisha, because one of our tweeters, we do have our hashtag SyncCup, so if you have comments, you should also put it in. But one of our tweeters mentioned that there must be a broadcast error because the times are wrong in Giri Grisha.
The times are wrong? What are the times?
Yeah, the times are clearly wrong. 11 minutes for Grisha and 1:28 for Giri.
Except
that they are right. They are right. Exactly.
Unfortunately, it's believable because the really tragic thing about Sasha is he is addicted to time trouble. He loves somehow being under that intense pressure of the clock. But be very careful. Don't try to blitz him off because he's one of the world's greatest blitz players. And if you try to take advantage of his time trouble by playing fast moves on top of his moves, he's going to outduel you in that.
That's right. So that's going to be really exciting to watch. And I do like Yuri's position on to boot. So down on time, Alexander Grisha, and we are going to have to see him. Remember, there's no increment in this first time control. So he's got to make 20 moves in 11 minutes, so an average of 30 seconds a move. No, hey, that's not that bad, but guess what? He has to figure out how to rationate himself. Whereas if we were playing in a traditional on time control, it would be rationed for him.
With the 30-second bonus.
That's right.
Exactly.
So interesting developments ahead in that game. And meanwhile, in Seoul, Maxime Bashir-Legrave, what's up?
Maurice, where do they stand in their match?
Every single game, when you look at these tournaments now in the modern era, someone had asked me, like, what's the difference between now and the past? Now, because of these anti-draw rules and the advent of players like Magnus Carlson and Nakamura, the fighting chess spirit is so alive. And in every single game, we're seeing incredible action and just explosive chess. As a fan, you've got to love it that this is happening, especially organizers making sure the players know we're not paying big money for you to make easy draws. Now, take a look at this position here between Wesley So and Bashir-Legrave. Wesley had grabbed the pawn in the opening. We saw that. And now after queen c2, bishop e6, knight to c3, that's a fourth move by that knight, by the way. This knight is the one that was on f3 to start the game, just for your information. So this knight is just dancing around and trying to hold this side of the board. What did Bashir-Legrave say? No, there is no rest for the weary. Here I come. I'm going to sacrifice yet another pawn to be able to play moves like knight to b4. Let's just show you what would have happened here.
Well, I think
the opening has gone well for me. I was not 100% sure about how to remember my preparation and so on, but this pawn sacrifice seems to me to give good compensation, like some of the pawn sacrifice I've done in the past. This one seems sounder, let's say, and well, now with bishop f5 I'm probably forcing a concession out of Wesley, probably with e4, moving the queen, but in any case I will have great compensation for the pawn. I don't think I should be so much better, but in practical play it seems my position is much easier to play.
We had a quick change there because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave talking about this exact game. He went into this line and he thinks that he's not much better, but he thinks he has compensation. I think that's code for I think I'm much better. But again, you don't want to brag too much about your position. So he's just giving a general evaluation of his thought patterns and keeping himself as calm as possible in this position when you know you have an edge. You know it's clear, but you don't want to get too happy again when you have these opportunities. B5 now, the spectacular move he played in this position, sacrificing a pawn. But again, we understand taking that pawn, knight's going to drop to B4, the threat on the A2 pawn, all kinds of action. So instead, bishop takes C6, getting tired of that knight, like I just can't stand it anymore. We got to kill that piece. But every English player knows you're giving up your G2 bishop. It's like, whoa, are you serious? Well, B takes on C6, still with the threat of B4, clinging to that pawn. I can't believe how materialistically Wesley So has played this game. And after this move, bishop to F5, attacking the queen. And you just see these killer Bs pointing all the way down the position. E4 was coming soon. And if you get happy and say, well, I'll just attack your bishop, well, now your king will not leave the middle of the board. This bishop is super strong, and black still has everything. His queen can come out, rook double on this file, play for F5, the two bishops, the light square bishop in particular, a super strong position for black. Full compensation. The engine's actually saying to Maxime, no, it's not just a little compensation. You're much better, even though you're down a pawn here. It is all black in the driver's seat, and Wesley So clinging for his life. And you can see it there. Not a happy camper staring at this position is Wesley, and he's been doing so for some time. So a bad start to what really was not forgivable play in the way he went and grabbed the pawn in the opening, moving all those pieces. Wesley So will be suffering for some time to come in this game.
Meanwhile, we have seen bishop to f5 by Fabiano Caruana, so we're waiting to see Levon make this spectacular move, rook to f1. And here he is, that long gulp of water.
Enjoying himself in the water.
And there he is, rook to f1. He's played the beautiful move. Fabiano
knew that was coming.
Always has that poker face, but I don't know, did you detect a little sigh there?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. And one of the things that when Levon is in form, and he was the #2 player in the world, a dominant player. One of the wonderful things about Levon is he has this fantastic, calculating, tactical attacking style. And when he's in the flow, so to speak, he's an unstoppable force. And right now, he's really, really happy.
Oh, he's feeling like $1 million too. That's a great thing. Levon allows himself to enjoy the beauty of chess, of art. I mean, that's important because how hard are we on ourselves when we lose?
Exactly.
He is going to be
very,
smiling
very
tonight, indeed. And he left the board, so he must be going to the confessional booth, right?
No, I think he's just shaking off the cobwebs, a little bit nervous, but equally also very confident. Let's turn to our #1 table because, again, after this move, bishop h5, this very annoying move, I saw Topalov, he's shaking his head like, why does this guy have any kind of pressure? But it's clear you've got to eliminate that bishop, which he did do. Queen takes. And this is where I like that line that Maurice showed us, which was this rook g6 line. You could play, of course, rook takes g5, as he mentioned. and then capture this pawn on d4. But I like this little Zwischenzug, if you will, to gain a few tempi and do it in this fashion. And this looked very, very nice in my estimation for black. Again, materially speaking, white isn't doing that bad, but this is ideal position for the minor pieces. There's not a lot of open ranks for the rooks to utilize. Excuse me.
Right, so instead,
instead
played
he
rook
played rook
g7.
g7, which I think is the secondary move. And now, again, I'm thinking that what Magnus has got to do is take this pawn on c5, and after the recapture, to bring his bishop out and say, look, this may be a little bit hokey dokey and intuitive kind of play, but I'm going to play to trap your king in the center. I'm going to play bishop f4. I'm going to bring my rook on d1. I'm going to try to put as much pressure on you as I can, and hopefully you will make a mistake if you're under pressure. By the way, I'd just like to show one neat little trick for a second. After bishop f4, let's say rook a7. I just have to show this because this is a nice one. Rook d1, rook d7. It looks like black has gotten everything covered, but wait a minute.
Whoopsie.
Knight e6, and I can pick off this rook with a check. And white is in the game. I mean, it's not that black is going to claim victory with his extra piece. So it's just a very annoying game for Vesely and Topalov.
But instead, knight takes h7 is on the board.
Knight takes h7. He didn't take on c5.
No, he played knight to h7, indeed.
Then I'm surprised by the Okay, there is knight f8 and bishop h6 happening. Sorry, I was thinking that this would, but no, this is
It's queen h8 and bishop h6, right?
Precisely. So you don't have time to take on d4 right away, but you have to perhaps you have to do it another way if you're Vesely. Perhaps you have to capture the knight, but then you don't have the tempo that that rook g6 would have given you. So this clearly isn't as good as the previous line with rook g6.
So now we don't have the move e5 in, so that's the difference, right?
That's the difference.
So it's white to move here,
right.
And the question is, what should they do to try to keep the position?
Again, and I think Maurice does this really well. He says, look, you've got to use your trumps.
The rooks, right.
Yeah, I mean, whatever your trumps may be, otherwise you're just going to lose. And in this position, white's trumps are the rooks, and he's got to open up the position or figure out a way. Well, either it's the immediate e5.
Immediate e5.
To open up the position for the rooks, or how about this one? How about a4 with the idea of the rook lift and bringing that guy across to get, now it takes a lot of moves, unfortunately. By the time you get in these three tempos, black will figure out a defensive scheme. But Magnus is going to have to do something of that nature, if not e5.
That's right. So definitely some practical chances here for Magnus. Indeed.
Absolutely.
And just lots of interesting choices.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously keeping a close eye in this game. Meanwhile, looks like Fabiano Caruana still struggling after the move rook to f1. He's still thinking, but I mean, there's not a lot of options here, right? We looked at it before. Queen f6 just hangs on e8. Bishop g6 loses by force. What do you think he's going to do here?
I think he's going to go down in a blaze of glory.
That's right. That's right.
He's going to make it beautiful, whatever it is.
Well, if he wants to make it beautiful, bishop g6 is the way to go. Right?
That's right.
That's definitely the prettiest line.
That is definitely pretty.
Considering it loses absolutely by force,
That's
whereas
right.
some of the other moves you have to resign. But
the problem is when you're on the losing end of the brilliancy, it can't help but go through your mind. Gosh darn it, I'm going to be in the next 200 books published on chess tactics. There's going to be a chapter on a game like this.
And too bad for Fabi's point of view that when he beat Aronian, it was also a spectacular, wonderful game, but not quite as flashy.
Yeah, exactly.
But that was a great game last year. The game that he won with white against Aronian.
Oh yeah.
Also a classic. So
these two games can go like side by side, and the best Sinquefield Cup hits.
I tell you, they really take the measure of one another. Maurice.
And this one could actually be even more spectacular than all that, because the move, the engines, by the way, are saying, okay, the best move, and just do a little bit of engine speak here. The engine's saying the best move is queen f6, and white has a 9.68 edge. 9 is a queen up. We know what a queen is valued, right? So queen f6, I can go up as much as a queen advantage. I'll look at that move in a second. But the second move on the engines list is queen to d6. And the advantage it gives, I just don't ever see this number show up. The advantage it gives a queen d6 without saying it's mate, 63.93. Is there that much material in chess? If you add it all up, I think the number is 39. So how do you get to 63.93? Who's programming this stuff? I mean, that should just be like, we don't want to talk about it. It's blood. It's too ugly to discuss. But here, the move queen f6. You guys pointed out this move queen to f6, that this move is possible, and queen takes e8. Well, rook takes f5 is even worse. Like, boom, another sacrifice showing up, because after queen takes f5, let's just drop this knight e6 check on you. Yummy, yummy, give me your queen. So this position is just horrible to contemplate. Rook e6, queen e5. It's just, you're dropping the knight on c2 in the least case, if the guy decides to be nice to you and just play around with you for a while. So that move would not be playable. Rook takes f5. There's this move, queen g6, finally coming to the aid of the king, stopping this line. This is a variation he might have looked at, thinking that he might somehow be okay in this position. But rook f7 check, king back to g8, and is he really alive? Well, there are lots of ways to play here. d6 happens to be one of them. Wouldn't that be nice? Look at that move, d6. Whew, that just looks sexy. I mean, seriously, you're going to get killed on this long diagonal, sacrificing the queen. He might play this move even though it's not the best one. I mean, come to think of it, just because it just looks so good and it's absolutely crushing. If you dare to touch the queen, then you're going to run into this move, d7, and this is impossible. Is this real chess? I mean, look at this position. This is hanging. The rook is going to come around, win the queen at any point. Don't check me because I'll check you back. I mean, it's just an enormous position for white. Like you said, this is the kind of position that's going to make it into the books. And poor Caruana is at the losing end of this brilliancy.
Thank you, Maurice. Some great variations there for Levon, and it's going to go into his greatest hits collection. Let me go back to that game between Anish Giri and
Grisha.
Alexander Grisha for a moment, because even though the time is so one-sided in favor of Anish Giri, I just want to point out that everybody would love to play this move, knight d5, because you're picking up a tempo against the queen. Oops, sorry, that arrow wasn't very good. And if you play queen a4, you just end up dropping the bishop and resigns. However, what black will do, and he'll do it instantly, and he'll be very, very happy, is to sacrifice his queen. Captures the knight, captures, and what comes off the board? A queen comes off the board, but a rook, a minor piece, and a pawn has come off the board for white. And in fact, black's position is very solid, and it's a kind of position that Grisha can play very, very, very quickly. He would be delighted if Anish went down this road to win the queen. So in the absence of that move, knight d5, what could Anish do to improve his position? Well, he could play the move knight e5, picking up a tempo against his pawn on c6, and as he gets defended with the move rook on f8 to c8, again, you kind of feel a near obligation to play the move knight d5. You've got to do something with this queen on a3. Otherwise, for the moment, black has maintained an extra pawn, and if you don't do anything, well, the queen would retreat, withdraw, and then play c5.
What about playing knight to b5 instead of playing knight d5?
So, shall we include knight e5, Jen? Not sure.
Yeah, maybe, because then we take on a7, we're attacking the rook. I don't know, though.
Exactly. Okay, so we'll just toss in this move, knight b5.
My idea here is that the queen sacrifice is not quite as powerful when you don't have that grip on the center that you did when taking mute.
Yeah, the beautiful structure, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Well, let's have a look. So I will capture the knight. You will capture my queen. I will recapture your rook. So again, I have that same material imbalance of minor piece, rook, and pawn for the queen. But at the moment, again, it's pretty easy to play black. It's not like the king is coming under direct attack, and I've got these ideas of just advancing the pawns up the board. And this is a game that in time trouble could go either way. It's not completely over for Anish. Maurice.
Another game that explosions are going on is the game between Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. In this position, we were saying that e4, bishop h3 looks yummy for black, but take a look at what happened. d3, and now these two bishops, you know, they just like stood up straight when that move happened, and the move e4 landed on the board, now opening up the full diagonal for the other bishop. Wesley took immediately, and now a couple of options were possible here. Queen d4 is possible, but the move he instead played was bishop takes on e4. Thanks for the pawn. Now, of course, you can't take back with the queen because of that move. Bishop takes on c3, and that's all she wrote. It's all over now. But instead, he played bishop takes e4. He just simply took back knight takes on e4, and now bishop takes a1, and this is the position we have. White has a knight and a pawn for the exchange. He's an exchange down, but he's hoping, and I think it's really hoping that somehow he's going to get some compensation. Black has a great position here. The bishop can always drop back if your bishop lands on h6. If you do something simple like castling, well, the queen centralizes itself. The rooks are coming. Yes, this just looks really, really good for black. And so Vachier-Lagrave has now won his material back. I think if he were to go into the confessional booth, that he'd be very happy here. Big development in the other game, however. I was going to talk about the Magnus game. That game is big. But before we go to that, I want to make sure we don't miss a game. After queen f6, Levon missed rook takes on f5. Instead, he played a move that is also winning, knight to e6 with check. This move is crushing as well. It's going to be one of those things you say, oh, man, I should have hit you with the right, but I hit you with the left, and it was like I kind of hit you, but you're still going down. I'm just hitting you. Knight e6 has happened, and the bishop on f5 is clearly hanging. The move the engine is giving, rook takes on e6, now rook takes, and this also looks completely crushing. That's hanging, rook g5, the queen. It's also busted, a good human move, knight e6, and Levon just getting up right there. He knows it's over. Poor Fabi in round one to just go down in flames like this. Let me now, and he actually has taken on e6. So let's stay with this game because it looks like it's about to be over soon.
That's right. We have seen rook takes e6 and rook to f5. Levon quickly running to the confessional booth.
Did he really?
No.
Okay.
Just wishful thinking on my part because it would be fun. Fun E, except not so funny for Fabiano, who might find himself in one of those awkward situations where he wants to resign, but he needs to wait for his opponent to come back.
Okay, quick question for you, Jen. Queen g6, you got the choice. You could play, you know you're winning. You know you got the game in hand. Would you take the rook, or would you go rook to g5 to take the queen? What would you do?
Choices.
Choices.
Let's see.
Both are winning. I'm just asking as a matter of personal preference.
Aesthetics.
Well, no, personal
aesthetics
preference.
and preference. Yeah, well, I mean, this does seem like the kind of game that you want to finish with the checkmate. So rook g5.
Okay, interesting. I could go either way. I was mentally flipping a coin myself.
I think the more practical is if,
Would
for
you
instance,
take the rook?
if you're time pressure, like if you're Grisha and you've gotten in this position, you've got 5 seconds left to make 10 moves, then you probably take on e6, right?
Right, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, okay, if you take on e6, one of the things that makes this so good for white is that you could answer a move, for example, in this position, rook c5, the move e7, and oops.
And end in a pretty way.
And that ends in a pretty way. So.
And look at Nakamura with that beautiful red shirt. I think that's a Sinquefield Cup shirt.
Yeah.
He's watching Fabiano, and he's thinking, can he even solidify my board one position on the U.S. Olympic team?
Are the Americans rooting for one another?
I think in a way, yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe some are more than others, but I think the higher all of them get, the better chances they have to win the Olympiad. And that's huge, but at the same time, these guys are competition each other for becoming
individually and
becoming world champion or becoming a world champion candidate.
Exactly.
So I don't know. That would be hard to say. I think in public, of course, they're rooting for each other. Privately, that's something that will be hard to ever know, right?
Exactly.
Because that elite level of chess, Magnus Carlsen said in an interview right here at the chess club that he doesn't think two players in the top 10 can really work together.
Ooh,
because,
interesting. It didn't work very well for Karpov and Kasparov, did it? Yeah.
Because he did some work with Levon before this event, and now Levon is going to catapult back into the top 10. So there you go.
Okay. Well, I must say that for myself, I really enjoyed playing in tournaments, especially European events, with my American colleagues, and I always wanted them to do really well. I always thought it would be really cool if Americans were to take high top prizes. And again, the play, the game, the moves are coming in.
He took on e6, so you took that just snap the rook off.
Oh, he just recaptured the rook.
And now he's staying at the board. Yes.
He didn't capture the bishop. He captured the rook.
No. He took the bishop first, and then queen g6 and takes on e6 occurred.
And okay, so he did. So he didn't play rook g5 as he took the rook. Maurice, would you have made rook g5, or would have you captured the rook?
Well, I do have the benefit of the engine helping me here, so I don't know that I can answer that question well, especially since a former 28-30 player did not play the two best moves on the board, and he's not going to be proud of the way this has transpired. He played great. He played just great moves to get here, but now he's played subpar moves to get what is going to be a winning position, but not as winning as it should have been. Take a look at this. We saw that in this position, knight to e6 check was not the best move. After queen f6, rook takes on f5 was all she wrote, lights out, busted. But he played knight e6, which is also all she wrote, lights out, busted, just not at the same intensity of light in that position. You get what I mean. After rook takes e6, rook takes f5. Okay, this is out. This is crazy. This is busted. Queen g6. The best move by far was rook to g5. Just pin the queen in the position and threaten to take this rook right now. Why? Because now when you drop the rook back, here comes a move you didn't want to see. Bam! I didn't want your queen yet. I'll get it later. What are you going to do about this? This is a mating attack. I'm going to take you with my bishop. The only move to continue is e5. You can't just play queen takes rook, I'll take with check, and then take your knight. But e4, e4 is on the board, and now I take your knight, and now I'll take your queen. And this is just over. So he missed the most compelling line by far. This is just cold-cut winning. Instead, after this move, queen to g6, he took on e6, and queen takes, rook takes, and now he's up, what is it, one pawn. It's a heck of a pawn. It's passed. It's crushing. Knight d4 is playable right now, and after the move e7, he'll have to drop back, and bam, thanks for the second pawn, still crushing and threatening to queen. Rook here will be forced, and clearly this is a winning endgame. We see that, there's no question. But you know what? This could last another, 15 moves? He's clearly crushing him, but it's not what it was. And it's not a brilliancy, and it's not going to go down, except for those couple of moves he played with queen. I guess he still will be very proud of the game, but boy, he had some vicious lines. When he goes to look at it, he's going to look at it privately. He might come here and when I ask him, say, yeah, it was complicated. I'm not sure I should have gone for that, but I played the line that is clearly winning, practically. And he's going to go to his room and be like, idiot, why didn't I play those moves? That would have been sweet. And you see Anand there inspecting the board, inspecting the moves himself, wondering what happened here. Not as crispy, let's say. This one will not go down as one of the epic attacks in history, in my opinion. When we look at epic attacks, this will not go down as one of them. There were some variations that were there, but he didn't finish the job. And we'll like it. We'll like the variations that could have happened, but I wouldn't vote for top games of the year.
trying to spoil the brilliancy is what Maurice is saying, and very, very, very
true. I agree
it's
to
clear.
the full extent because all the juice and the beauty became in the earlier part of the game, and then like to go for a position that's like +3, like where you're totally winning and you're going to win 99.9%
of the time.
Then why does that really matter as much as the? I mean, I understand like the best would be if it ended in the Bishop G6 Rook F7 line.
Oh, sure.
Sure, but I feel like I'd give him more of a pass. It's not as beautiful, but I still think it goes in the magazines, and I don't dock it as many points for that. Because I think once we get past that moment where he plays a beautiful Rook F1, we get that aesthetic satisfaction, right? Does this like
no? As the artist in me, I want a crisp, clean.
Want every move perfect.
Yeah. Well,
sometimes there's a practical matter, but we've got more interesting news, by the way.
Yes.
Yasser, in the Giri Grisha game, Giri agreed with you. I think that he didn't think those lines with the
winning the
with
queen
the extra
were
queen
necessarily
were that great.
The way to go.
So instead, he played a move Rook takes B6 with the idea of Knight A4 instead. So
he did play Rook takes B6.
This doesn't allow those.
That queen.
Exactly.
A return. Okay.
And so instead, he's actually just trading, right? I mean, he won an exchange, and now he's going to win the exchange back. Except the question here is, what's going on with the queen? Queen D6 falls into E5, right?
Right.
So
queen D6 is not
good because if you take and play E5.
And then, well, he's got what, 1 or 2 pawns. I think the key move here is going to be this move C3. I think this is going to be the key move because the point is okay, obviously I blocked this attack against my queen, and I'm trying to give my queen a square after, for example, Rook takes, queen back. I'm about to trade queens, and then I'll be off the hook, right?
Well, you are off the hook here.
Well, am I? What's the body count? It's still a nice extra pawn for white.
Yeah.
White's going to be happy. I mean, I have to play some move like Queen B5 or something.
Yeah, this looks pretty good for you. So I think that this was a better play by Giri, and meanwhile, Grishik's time
is ticking away.
7 minutes left to complete.
Yikes.
16 moves. So, but he is kind of on track at least. Remember,
I'm not sure about that.
4 moves ago, we had
on track.
And we're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we're going to be right back with some more news on Magnus Carlsen's game as well.
All right.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. St. Louis fans are used to championships and watching some of the best baseball players compete at the highest level. Beginning August 23rd, St. Louis can watch the best chess players in the world as 10 of the top players match up at the 2015 Sinquefield Cup. Fans can watch all the action in person at the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, located in the historic West End, or by watching online at grandchesstour.com.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides, upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides, houses full of magic, some with butterflies, gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
And we are back at the 2015 Sinquefield Cup. We see the camera zooming in on the Levan Aronian. Beautiful game against Fabiano Caruana, where you missed the most incisive finish, but still seems to be headed towards victory in this game. Meanwhile, our world champion battling it versus Carlson and Topalov. What do you think? We saw a couple different ways for him to get play, and which one did he pick?
Well, the peace sacrifice by Magnus was certainly inspired, and he got a lot more out of it than he really should have. As it turns out, Rook G7 really lost a very vital tempo. Maurice had been offering analysis by the computer earlier in this game that went Queen G6, Queen H7. Only now Rook G7, Queen H8, and taking, and he showed, I think, very clearly that this line of play was going to be excellent for Vesco. Instead, after the move rook g7, this just allowed white to get back into the game. Knight takes h7, queen d7, angling for ideas like queen h3 as well as queen g4.
And do we have
takes
a
on
finish
c5.
here? Sorry to interrupt, but I think we might have a finish in the Caruana game. How is it going? Let's take a look at
And
Caruana
handshake.
has resigned. So last year's Sinquefield Cup champion Fabiano Caruana has gone down to somebody who's been struggling to find his form and even dropped out of the top 10. But wow, what a beautiful game, which might actually just bring him back up.
Well, let's just find out what those last moves were. Maurice, if you could take us through the last few moves of this scintillating round one brilliancy.
Yes, Yaz, Jen was trying, Jen has a soft heart, so she's like, no, we got to give it back to Lev. This was a good game on his part. He missed a few wins, but he's still winning. It's that kind of game. Well, it seems as though Fabiano decided to give back some artistry to Lev in winning this game. Instead of a boring endgame, which could have transpired from this position, knight under attack had to go to b3, his only move. Then the king would come into f2 is the best move. And slowly but surely, this is over. Instead, he played instantaneous suicide. Like, I'm going to go down right now. Forget suffering. Let me just play this move. Knight to f5, and bam! Levon jumped on him so quickly with this move. Bishop to e6, attacking the knight. Now you can't touch the pawn because, hello, bishop to d7, and give me a free piece or the rook. In this position, instead, after bishop to e6, he played knight d6, thinking maybe he was still in this, attacking the rook and attacking the pawn, but Levon with the beautiful bishop d7 anyway, and after knight takes, bishop takes, hey, let me go get that pawn. Sure, you can have it, but just give me your knight in the meantime. Bishop to g6, a beautiful finish, threatening to queen, threatening the knight. Nothing can help here. Even if you drop your knight back, then queen's anyway, and you're going to lose a piece. So he resigned. A beautiful finish, rightfully so, after playing such wonderful chess, did Levon Aronian. An amazing first game, and at least for Levon, for Caruana, he's going to kick himself with not maintaining the tension at a critical moment when he should have played rook e8 in the middle game.
Well, a nice finish. A nice finish to a very, very, very well-played game by Levon. A great win, in fact, for Levon. And hopefully we'll get him, the players, to join us. In the meanwhile, going back to the Vesely and Topalov, Magnus Carlsen, Vesely and Topalov game, the players have reached this position, and a very strange move, for me at least, was this move e4, e5. Okay, from one point of view, I can understand this idea that you want to play e6 and take advantage of this pin. And maybe there's even some dirty little check like knight f6 that we have to contend with. But I'm thinking, why on earth would you want to play that move when you allow black choices? Queen f5, queen h3, and even queen g4 are all moves that will eventually force, after lots of trades, knight takes f8 and bishop h6. And maybe you don't want that pawn on e5. Maybe the pawn was good on e4. So I think Magnus slipped. It's a significant slip, I mean to suggest, this move e5.
Wow, and what a rich position with so many moves left to make and only 30 minutes in no increment. This is going to get very wild.
Yes.
Meanwhile, we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with Fabiano Caruana.
Oh, lovely.
And he's here to discuss a disappointing start to the 2015 Sinquefield Cup.
We are with fabulous Fabi, who this game didn't work out for him. He won all those games last year, but this start, Caruana, you played a great, at least interesting opening. We were really impressed by the pawn moves, the unusual pawn structure, but at some point the game slipped away from you. Where did that happen?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Round f3 was very complicated. I'm not sure if a4 was the best move. I could also play g4 on move 17, and then e5, knight d2, e5, and we get a similar position.
The engines thought you were okay in that line as well.
Yeah, maybe that was the best way to play, because this, I started to get a bit uncomfortable, and I think taking in rook a5 is not good. I actually forgot that for some reason I was looking at after knight takes f5, d5 immediately, but not bishop c4 check and then d5. And this is just very strong. Yeah, and I think he played very well after that.
Were when we see these kind of structures that are unusual, we get uncomfortable, right? It's like, wait, can black play g5 and play with all these pawn moves? But you seem to play them boldly. Was this preparation for you beforehand?
I had looked at it briefly. I mean, it was the position is so complicated, and there's many options for both sides that it's difficult to check everything. But I thought that this position was at least playable. Should have been checked a bit more because it's very difficult to play over the board. I have to say his rookie 1 move was very good. I'm not sure if he found it over the board or if he had known something before the game. But this move I knew was very dangerous. But I think that yeah, after this I didn't respond accurately. A4 wasn't the best. I mean, maybe it's playable, but I think that g4 and e5 is a more accurate way.
The move rook e8, we were talking about maintaining the tension. We said rook e8 looked like a strong move. The engines thought you were fine in this position. But just chatting with you before we came on the air, you felt like that wasn't quite comfortable for you either.
Yeah, it looked a bit loose. And yeah, he could take on d5 or he could play queen f2 first. And my king is always very shaky. Maybe a computer will defend it, but yeah, over the board it seemed risky.
How do you handle a tough start? Round 1 of a tournament like this one, a lot of good memories for you from last year. Now you've lost the first round. How do you handle the disappointment?
Well, I'll try to come back quickly if I can. I don't think that that if you start badly, it's the end of the tournament, or if you start well, it means you're going to perform well the rest of the event. In Norway, one of the most recent tournaments I played, the first leg of the Grand Chess Tour, I started pretty well. I drew against Vishy. I beat Magnus in the second round, and the event didn't go very well for me after that. And then in the next event, at Dortmund, I lost in the second round, and then I won 5 games in a row and won the tournament. So I wouldn't say that it's. I mean, it's not pleasant to start with a loss, but it isn't the end of the tournament by any means.
Wise words. Well, thanks so much for joining us admirably after such a tough game, and we wish you the best in the rest of the tournament. Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, after a tough loss to start off, but a lot of rounds to play here in the Sinquefield Cup 2015. Guys?
A lot of rounds to play. We just started round 1.
That's
we
right.
Sure did have a lot of rounds.
He can still recapture the cup,
of
right?
Course,
we'll see.
Of course, all to play for.
Well, a lot of heart attacks will be had at the excitement level of chess. I mean, we could actually have all decisive games today. So
I was just looking at the game while they were having the conversation. Anish Gary, Grisha.
Right, and so after this in-between move that you suggested, C3,
Grisha
found a better in-between move, right?
Yeah, he started with a Swijnzook check. This is kind of intriguing. Obviously, if white were to capture, then that would alleviate black of all of his problems. His queen is now out of capture. Check king h2, c3, trying to give his queen a square so that after rook takes c3, the queen will go back to b4, defending the rook, and at the moment we're in exchange up, right?
Right, and what's the difference? The other one was different because we were able to take on b6, and then we just ended up a clear pawn with a part of time.
Exactly.
So yeah, we'll have to take a look at this in just a minute. But right now we got the man of the hour, Levon Aronian, with a stunning victory today. Is with over the Sinquefield Cup champion, the cup holder. He's with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
We are with the winner, first winner of 2015's Sinquefield Cup, Levon Aronian. Levon, yesterday at the press conference, I remarked on how poorly your year had gone, and you said, America, land of opportunity, time to turn things around. It looks like you took advantage of that opportunity today in winning your game.
Yeah, I think it worked out pretty well. So, I mean, my words during the press conference, I didn't regret them. I didn't get to regret them.
Now, this game was crazy. I mean, this was one of the first games we started paying attention to, along with the game that Magnus was playing in that contest. But this game was wild. Were you surprised by his demonstrations with f6, g5, then e5, then f5, and all those pawns just coming up the board?
It was interesting because I know this line a bit. I mean, I kind of analyzed a long time ago, and I was feeling that it's interesting to play, and I felt that this is the only way for black to proceed. Otherwise, I mean, if he allows me to play f4, which I'm threatening after knight d2, then it's practically hopeless because he's just sitting there waiting for me to do anything. I mean, so of course this is very normal to play for black. But I was a bit surprised with f5, I have to say honestly. I was thinking he would go ed, and here I prepared rook c2, c1, which I felt is very interesting.
Meaning pre-game preparation? Or
No,
during, oh,
no.
You mean you were thinking of?
Yeah, I was thinking of rook c2, c1. I thought that's a very subtle move and might be a good move because I'm threatening to play e5. So I felt the position is kind of balanced, but I kind of like when my opponent has a weakened king. So.
Makes it a lot easier. Now, there was one position, we did talk about rook e8, but there was one position where you were playing these moves. You sacrificed a rook around, let's see if we can get to the position here, on the board. Right here when he played knight to d4. Now, what were you thinking when you saw this line? Because you did go into a bit of a think, and you saw knight d4 and queen h5 was possible. Did you work everything out, say this is just over if he goes after your rook?
Yeah, I saw rook f1, queen f6, and here I saw millions of wins, so it's good enough for me. And knight e4, I was kind of thinking he would play knight d6, but it's just too hopeless.
Indeed, and in this position you played the move queen h5, and then he took your rook, you took, and after bishop f5, this beautiful move, rook f1. I'm assuming you saw the variation with rook g6, rook f7, and that's going to be all she wrote in those lines. Were you smiling when that was happening on the board?
Yeah, because it's kind of beautiful. So you don't get a chance to play a nice move like queen h6, and he cannot do anything.
Yes, absolutely. Now, we were arguing, okay, and Jen, you know, she has a soft spot, so she was arguing on your side. We were saying, would this go down in the annals of chess history, a beautiful attacking game? When in this position you play queen f6, and it was possible to play rook takes f5 right now, and you instead opted for the move knight to e6. And then you said to me, you saw this, and what was your remark?
Yeah, it's kind of a lazy choice, knight e6. But it also, you know, I think Capablanca was who said, if you have a choice between winning opponent's queen for free and giving him a mate, just take the queen, because you might not find the mate. And I saw that I'm just taking everything, so I didn't think I should bother to, think at that moment for too long.
Okay, well, lazy chess. I'm not going to tell my students about lazy chess, by the way.
Good.
Although I do have a student, Robert Guzman, who used to say, even when he had mate on the board and he was about to take your queen, he said, no, I'll let you get out of the mate just so I can take your queen. I don't think you would agree with that one, but certainly...
That's a bit too materialistic, even for me.
You have a great start now. First round is over. What are your thoughts about the rest of the tournament?
Well, I'm excited because I won in the first round against a strong opponent, so I'll try to win some more. So that's the plan, not to stop. To continue playing well, because I think today I played well.
Well, we hope to see more of those games. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck in the rest of the Sinquefield Cup. Levon Aronian, welcome back to America, the land of opportunity. He certainly took advantage in this game. Guys?
I can't let you go without asking a question to Levon. Levon, was there any moment in the game that you were tempted to use the confessional?
I actually forgot about it because I was so excited attacking my opponent. Otherwise, I sure would use it.
That brings up another conversation. You know, we're talking all the time down here in the studio. But another conversation was, would you use the confessional when you're clearly winning, when the game is just over? Would you run in there to just say, yay, I'm winning? Would that be your use of the confessional?
Just to brag? I don't think so. I mean, the opponents are anyway, the viewers anyway know that you're winning. So I think it's better to use it when the position is unclear and you have something interesting to share with the public.
Great. That gives us a point against Jennifer. You know, we go for brownie points down here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Guys, back to you.
Thank you.
Well, the score's 1-1, but I gotta say I'd love to see Levon in there trash talking because his trash talk's legendary. But I guess in classical chess, it doesn't have the exact same effect as it does in Bughouse.
Well, the thing is, I think that Levon would be a great confessional speaker, whether he had a terrible position so he could tell you all about what has gone wrong and how he messed up and he misanalyzed this, as well as when he's completely winning and he can explain to you how everything is beautiful and the symphony.
He has a way with words. Exactly.
It's very nice.
But I don't know if you want to be known as a great confessional speaker.
That's true. I don't think so either.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with the very exciting action here at the Sinquefield Cup as we go to the time control.
All right.
welcome back to the 2015 Sinquefield Cup. You'll see the one empty table of our one fallen king, Fabiano Caruana, last year's champion. Started the tournament with a loss, but even bigger news might be on tap for this round as our world champion, the main king of the world in chess. Is he going down as well with the white pieces?
Well, chess fans, we've got an amazing start to this great event. Magnus Carlsen, yes, is in serious trouble. Back here at this position that I have on my demo board, we thought that Magnus had somehow managed to conjure up some compensation for the piece sacrifice he had made earlier.
Yeah.
We had anticipated that a knight takes f8 and a bishop h6 would get him some material back. Instead, he came up with this really poor choice, e4, e5. Magnus had in mind that he was going to get a knight f6 check or perhaps a knight takes f8 in the position, but he missed a very nice maneuver by Veselin. Veselin found queen c6, setting up a checkmate in one threat against the g2 pawn. Magnus had to parry that threat with the move f2, f3, and then this fine defensive resource, queen g6 was played, and Magnus tried knight f6 check to try to confuse the issue. It didn't confuse it one single bit. King d8.
By the way, these moves were blitzed out. So again, Topalov not feeling intimidated in the slightest. And I guess the striking thing there was he thought that Topalov would at some point be compelled to sacrifice the rook for the knight on h7, but all of a sudden with his queen c6 g6 maneuver, he was just keeping the rook.
Exactly, and just one trick that not to allow. You couldn't take the knight and walk yourself into a discover check, because then after the move the king moves, you take the rook. There's no more checkmate threat on g2. If you try to take the queen, well, thank you very much. I've promoted myself to a queen, and it's white who would win. But Veselin, seeing through that very easily, just slid his king over to d8, and now there's the checkmate threat on g2 that had to be addressed. That actually forced Magnus to trade the queens, and now although he has two pawns, I believe 2 pawns for a piece, it's not even close to being sufficient compensation, and Topalov really is in the driver's seat on this one, and should win the game. And should win the game.
And let's not forget, he is the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Well, leader. Yes.
Sorry, the champion of the Norway Chess 2015, which was the first event, and he got 13 Grand Tour points for this. So beating the world champion in the second game, Veselin's really looking at.
Well, that's exactly the point as we started our show. I mean, Magnus Carlsen was winning that game in Norway that he lost on time, and it was a huge swing of 1 whole point. Veselin Topalov leveraged that victory to victory in the tournament, whereas Magnus's fortunes went just the other way, and he had the worst tournament of his professional chess career in the last 10 years.
That's right, and he wants to stop the bleeding here in St. Louis, but unfortunately he's starting with more of the same. And the last thing we want is for Magnus to associate the Grand Chess Tour with poor form, because there's another event after this one.
Exactly,
right.
London.
So he's got to figure out what's up in this game. And I think what's interesting in this round one is we're going to see lots of blood spilled, not just in these 2 marquee games, but also it looks like
all across the board.
Giri's crushing, and I don't know about Giri, actually. I'm sorry, I meant to say Maxime Vachier-Lagrave looks like he's crushing. The last time we checked, and I think it's gotten even better.
It's an exchange, so a lot of blood going on. Just to address this position that we have on our board, by the way, it seems to me that Veselin has several approaches he might take. The first one is bishop b7, just to establish this bishop on the diagonal. Hopefully, after a move like knight takes c5, you've set up for bishop takes f3 with material advantage as well as the initiative. Another approach that Veselin may take is he's recognizing that this pawn on c5 is on pre. He might just go back with the move knight d7, bringing his knight back to both attack and defense. Again, lots of nice choices here, and it all looks very favorable for former world champion Veselin Topalov. Continuing our search, I thought that Vishy had placed himself into some troubles. As we see, all 4 rooks are loaded up, so to speak, on the c file, and world champion, five-time world champion, Vishy Anand in a little bit of trouble. I didn't see exactly how to break down the move bishop d6, but I thought that...
you thought the bishop a5 was a threat here?
Well, I thought it's just it looks like a very nice position for white, but maybe it's just one of those positions, it only looks good. It's one of those things.
Is bishop a5 even a threat here, though? Weirdly, can't you just, like, take and then b3 hands at the end? It's kind of bizarre, because you see this and you're like, oh, bishop a5 wins, and then wait a second, no.
Right, and there's even this one move, bishop a3, kind of annoyingly, forcing white off of the c-file. So maybe that was only, it only looked good, not necessarily was as good as it looked. Going back to the Gary game, like this kind of
3 minutes left for Alexander Grisha, by the way, with 12 moves to make. Is that right?
Yeah, but look at that, 25 minutes. So Anish has spent a lot of time too. So rook b1 check, key move, key Swijanzuk move, and now he's got a pawn for the exchange. Rook a1, bishop.
But
rook f1.
Okay, rook f1, huh?
Ooh, that rook's kind of trapped along the back rank. You don't see that every day. Rook f1, knight b2.
So eschewing that offer of the exchange, allowing the queen to kind of drop in and perhaps cause some havoc, because we might be threatening kind of a knight e4 type move. Yeah.
Or like a knight d3 move, and you're saying, hey, look, your rook is just ending up trapped on the first rank. So Alexander Grisha in trouble on the board and on the clock.
And what I was trying to say was that if white just took on f1 after queen f1, we would be maybe we'd be trying to see what the counterplay would be there. But
well, at least from Black's point of view, he's got his queen in the game, and maybe he could sniff around for some
maybe like bishop
chances.
b5 at least, and then you take on a4 and f2 is hanging, so that queen on d3 might end up being queen on c2 rather might end up being a little overworked. Bishop e2 perhaps, trying to get into f3. So that's why he didn't take that rook. Just way more trouble than it's worth. Meanwhile, we've got Maurice Ashley with some more thoughts on this game.
Not just on this game, Jen, but all the games, because now we're approaching time pressure, and everyone just about, except Giri, seems to be feeling the heat just a bit, which means we're going to probably see some imprecisions in the next few moves. First, this position, Giri has 23 minutes, lots of time on the clock. He has different moves he can play. He can play the move d5 in this position. The engine's also pointing out this sacrifice. Rook takes a6. Sacrificing another exchange, and after queen takes, now knight b to c4, and this you don't see every day. A black rook trapped on the back rank inside the position. An amazing sequence. Black would have to go and take on f2 with his rook and just give away his rook. In this position, white would have 2 pieces for the rook and great chances with this d pawn, the 2 bishops, to reel home the point. Certainly a position he'll be looking at. But again, with the time pressure issue, let's take a look at the game with Anand and Nakamura. Nakamura having played 35 f4. In this position here, Anand had really fixed his game, and he had this subtlety. Bishop to a3, first chasing the rook off of the c1 square, but instead of doing that, this causing some discoordination between these 2 pieces, instead he very quickly just played the defensive move, bishop d6. Why is that? He's only got 9 minutes on the clock to make the rest of his moves. 6 moves, not so bad, but this is, like I said, the imprecisions, those little tiny errors start to creep in. If you got plenty of time on the clock, you find those moves, but you start to play quickly and you miss them. So that's a challenge there as well. This position, another one, Wesley So, down an exchange. He's got a pawn for it, but his position is definitely bad. But look at the clocks. Both sides under 15 minutes, 11 minutes to 13 minutes on the clock. They've got to make 12 moves. Now, as far as Black's concerned, he's up a big exchange for a pawn. He's looking to make something happen, but still, maybe something might creep in there. We feel the pressure of that game. And the final game, of course, is the one between Magnus Carlsen, our world champion, and Vasily Topalov. 22 moves only played in that game. Both sides also at 13 minutes and 11 minutes. 18 moves to go. Can Magnus hope against hope? Will he hope against hope that Topalov will make some kind of error? Can he do anything to make sure that he makes it a little bit messy and somehow Topalov lets him back in the game. He has not played this game well at all. He went from bad position to suddenly back in the game, maybe even advantage, to now just a very bad, looks like a losing position, and he's thinking it through. Can time be on his side? How will they manage time pressure as we go into the next 20 minutes or so as these players feel the heat in round one of this 2015 Sinquefield Cup?
Wow, and I can't tell you how important, as we saw in Norway, this first round between these two players was. I mean, Veselin went on to have a fantastic tournament to become the Grand Chess Tour leader, and Magnus came fully motivated for this game. You know that, Jen. You're a world champion. You want to reestablish the order of things, and to be in trouble against the same opponent who beat you in Norway, that was not a part of Magnus's preparation. Let's put it that way. So big trouble for the world champion in this game.
That's right. And what were the odds that he would play Topalov with the same color in the first round? We were mentioning it was something like 1 out of 350, right?
Well, yeah, I think it ends up
something like that?
being like maybe 81 to 1. I mean,
with the exact same colors twice.
Yeah. So it's kind of an interesting.
But for the result to be the same twice too, that's got to be. That definitely has to be hundreds to 1.
Right.
But of course, the two different games were extremely different. The other one, Magnus was actually winning in the final position, but forgot about the time control.
Exactly.
Whereas if Topalov does end up winning this game and showing some nice technique, it'll be all credit to him. Great opening idea.
Grand Chess Tour may be decided within 2 tournaments. Okay, so from Black's point of view, he's super happy. He's a piece ahead. Everything's going his way, but on the other hand, how do you reel home the point? So first things first, there are some problems in Black's camp. Okay, his king is not ideal, his bishop on f8 is not ideal, and there is a weakness, a little peshki out here. With this last move, h2, h4, by Magnus, what he is hoping to be able to do is to put his bishop on g5, which would neutralize the pressure of the rook along the g file, and then slide his rook over to the c1 square to try to attack this pawn on c5. So there are some concrete problems that Veselin has to solve. I would probably start with the move knight d7, okay? First of all, it attacks the pawn, it defends the pawn on c5 while attacking the pawn on e5. If you could get a knight takes e5 and knight takes f3, well, that's all she wrote. If Magnus was obliged to put his bishop on f4, then I would want to put this bishop on g7, and in case of, for example, a move like rook d1, I'd want to slide my king back over here where I feel it's nice and safe in the middle of the board because the queens are off, very importantly, off the table. So this, I think, is the way for Veselin to go. There are other approaches. Just to mention one other I might add is that you won't want to play a move, for example, like e6 and stick this bishop in the middle of the board and say I'm boss in the middle of the board there with bishop d5. But I like keeping the pawn on e7 and going through what I said, knight d7, bishop f4, bishop g7, king e8. Still a lot to play for, and time may be a key factor. 8 minutes for Magnus and 12 minutes for Veselin.
And now let's take a look at, I want to take a look at MVL, who looks like he's really cruising in this position.
He was the exchange up, yep, against Wesley So with the black pieces. Let's go back. Maurice had left us around these parts. Takes. Boy, following the rule, went ahead of material, trade majors. That was what MBL had tried. And queen d6, looking just to try to trick his opponent by attacking the rook. Maurice.
What's the trick? What do you mean?
Well, he wants to go rook d3. I beg your pardon. He wants to go rook d3 and try to grab that rook. Maurice, you got some thoughts about what's going on in these games?
Just very quickly, a big development in the game between Nakamura and Anand. If you take a look at this position right here, we saw that bishop a3 idea was possible. Let's just go back 1 second to this position. Bishop a3 was the main move, but he played bishop d6. That prompted f4 from Nakamura, and now the move f5, chasing the bishop back. And here the engine thinks rook to b8. Instead, the move knight to b8. Based on a miscalculation, maybe? Not sure. Rook takes c7, rook takes, bishop takes, and now, thanks for the pawn on g5. This has not been played as yet. It's still move 39, but here he could take on g5 takes, and bishop a4. That would be move 40. But at the end of it, it looks like black has gotten his pawn back when suddenly the move knight c5 appears on the board, and two guys are being hit in the position. But maybe Anand is estimating that even if he gives you the a pawn in some variation, maybe say bishop to d7, will he be okay in this position? Will he survive the two bishops but three pawns on the same side? Looking like a good chance for Anand. So it looks as if he's jumped into that variation, hoping that he'll get a draw out of that line despite being a pawn down.
Well, I certainly wouldn't have gone for this line at all. I'm sure Vishy has missed something in his calculations to prompt him to play knight b8. I didn't think his position was that bad, that he suddenly sees the defensive as he has done.
And it looks like we might let's take a look at the MVL Giri game again.
You mean Wesley?
I'm sorry, yeah. Oh no, sorry, Giri Grisha. Grisha first.
Sorry.
All the games look like they're look like they're so close to potential finales here, right?
So it got wild.
So we saw this rook f1 that
getting trapped.
It wasn't worth his trouble to take on f1. Instead, he wants to take it just for free.
Right. Well, knight b2 sets up blocking this diagonal with this move knight b2 to c4. Sasha's drop back, queen b7, rook takes. And this was the line that Maurice was pointing out, that you just grab this rook for free back here. It's trapped. So knight takes e4. Whoa. Knight takes e4. Bishop takes e4. Again, black has not solved how is black going to solve his problem with his rook. He played rook b8. Well, I think Anish is well on his way to victory now. He has played bishop takes h7 check, king h8, and this looks, frankly, terrible.
Knight d7 is hanging as well, right?
Yeah, well, there's knight d7 in the position. There's queen.
Do we have some more moves, it seems?
Oh, we have. I beg your pardon. I'm not up to date.
Yeah, so after rook b8, bishop h7, king f8, we have, instead of knight d7, which looks good, we have just queen e2.
I was about to say, I like queen e2 very much, because after rook c1, I can set up a mating threat with queen f3. I'm a threatening mate over here, and
it's over.
Knight d7. And
so the second decisive game of the Sinquefield Cup, also the second game. And Anish Giri off to a beautiful start here in St. Louis.
I just love these people who think that chess is played out.
Well, and I think that, and look at this move by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Wesley So. I think So's going to go down in just a minute, too. So you were mentioning that queen d6 perhaps created some counterplay, but guess what? It also created more counterplay for black. Rook c8, and now the idea of rook takes c1 is in the position. Queen takes e3 check, and this just looks like everything is hanging, right?
Yikes. That looks like a tremendous move, I must say.
Showstopper here. I mean, the bishop can't come to d2 because d1 is hanging. It can't come to b2. It's basically trapped. I think
Maurice
got
is
an all-decisive game, perhaps, this round.
Wow.
Maurice?
Is he wrapping up victory?
I just wanted to point out the finish of the other game just quickly. After queen e2, he did play rook c1, and the key move he played was queen to h5. That was the body blow that just ended it, the mate threat here. If you play g6, then he just sacrifices. Thank you very much. You're not going to survive this one. If you take this, well, first of all, queen h8 mate is on tap, f7's hanging. If you take this one, oh, thank you. We still got mate going. It's just over. This position was busted, which is why he resigned after queen h5. A horrible start for Grisha. What's the deal with this guy's time pressure addiction? He just keeps getting more and more tough situations and just shedding rating points as he's tumbled out of the top 10 and fading fast. If he doesn't correct this, no way in the world he stays at the top of world chess. He's got to fix his problem, because playing against these top players, they're showing him, no way in the world we're going to let you get away with such a big weakness.
Well put. I know I worked with Viktor Korchnoi for well over a year and a half, and nothing I could say or do could cure him of his time trouble addiction, something he suffered through his entire life. Let's see what has happened on board number one. Again, major matchup. Magnus Carlsen had just played the move h4 when we left it. Rook c8. Okay. Rook c8 was Vesselin's choice. I thought he was going to do something else. h5, also a little bit of a surprise for me. I thought that Magnus's intention was to put his bishop on g5. h5 drove the rook backwards. Bishop d2. Be careful, heads up. There's a bishop a5, a sneak attack from the side. Knight c4, bishop c3.
But now Topalov grabs the chance to blockade that pawn.
Well, he blockade the pawn, pardon?
Bishop h6, yeah.
Oh, blockade the h-pawn. I beg your pardon. Yes, even more so than blockading the h-pawn, Vesselin is looking at knight e3 to launch a decisive attack on White's king, and we have some moves.
We have rook d1 checking king e8, right?
Sorry, my mouse seems to have. Let me just refresh my board for a moment. I beg your pardon. Okay, so we do have rook d1, king e8, rook d3, and so we're up to date with the current position. Magnus has just defended his e3 square. And Vesselin Topalov.
But don't you get the sense that we're looking at a game where one player is up a piece?
I do.
I mean, we're analyzing.
I really do.
It's like a technical analysis,
That's
right?
what it's come down to, yes.
I mean, what's the fastest way? What's the way to leave the most counterplay? But is the result in doubt? I mean, stranger things have happened, but in the large majority of cases, this game is just going to go in the direction of the players up a piece. I mean,
Agreed.
These are 2,800 players.
Agreed. Topalov is a big favorite to win this game. And Maurice, you have something to share about the Hikaru, Nakamura, Vishy, Anand position.
Yes, the players there made time control, but Nakamura looks like he's doing well, although maybe the game's not quite over yet. But he's got to be somewhat content with his position. He can't lose. He played knight c5 here. Instead of taking on g5, he played knight c5 first, and after bishop to d6, shedding this pawn. Now bishop takes on a4 was played, and Nakamura said, hey, thanks a lot. I'll take this guy off the board for you. And after the bishop dropped back, and now bishop to c3. And this position may not have been the perfect moves for Nakamura. Remember, again, the time pressure was a factor, but it looks as though he's just up a solid pawn. And remember before, we didn't have this nice, juicy pass pawn. Well, h4, h5, h6, h7. Better watch out for that, because that could come easily. And black, with hoping that maybe this pawn might be a distraction, this looks like a very nice position for Nakamura. He'll be looking to try to win this game and join all the bloodbath that's happening here in the first round of the Sinquefield Cup.
Wait,
Wow.
bloodbath, indeed. We're going to get 5 out of the decisive games here? Huh?
Well, I always thought, if you got 1 or 2 wins out of the 5 games, that's been a combative round. I mean, you can't imagine, 5 decisive games. And when you've got the top 10 players in the world all battling with each other.
Guys. Hey, is that girl in the front row carrying one of your books? She's like clutching it for dear life.
Well, I
feel like it might be Chess Duels.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it might be, right? That red font on the back?
Yeah.
We'll just go with that.
Well, I sure hope it doesn't ruin our games. Oh, my. Okay, but my feeling in that game between Hikaru, this ending, speaking as a technical player for just a quick moment, I think this is just stone cold winning for Hikaru. I don't think he's going to have any trouble whatsoever reeling home the whole point here. I can just imagine, just as Maurice was saying, you give White a move like e3, king f2, and then he just starts trundling his h-pawn up the board. That's over. So Hikaru...
Who's more likely to save, Carlson or Anand? I mean, I know it's a close one because it looks like we're pretty confident of the result of both games.
Exactly.
But if you had to pick one player who's going to save, who would you pick?
Maybe Magnus. Is this something about the star power of playing against the current world champion that somehow world champions, they're good and they get lucky?
Hypnotize.
Yeah.
And make their opponent do something crazy.
Something happens when you're playing against.
I'm going to go with the other way and say Anand's more likely to save. But you know what? We're probably both going to lose this bet.
Yeah, exactly. We do have a move, and by the way, we also are getting set up for our next guest.
Yes, we got our next winner today. We've got wait, I already lose the bet. That was fast. It looks like Hikaru Nakamura has become our third winner of the day.
Well, like I said, I thought it was just over. I didn't expect Vishy to resign. I did expect Hikaru to win, but I thought he would have to play, say, a dozen moves of good technique, but Vishy saw enough.
The carnage continues here at the Sinquefield
Wow,
Cup, and we do have our second special guest. We've got Anish Giri about his victory today. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Lovely.
Thanks, Jen. With Grandmaster Anish Giri from Holland, newly married and new into America, first tournament here, and a win must be very nice to start off the tournament in such a way.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a deja vu because in my first tournament of the series where I played in Norway, I also took the first number, and I also had to play Grisha, and I also beat him basically out of the opening. So I had a feeling of deja vu today, and let's hope I'll continue playing as well.
That's a very good point, and none of us spotted that pattern, guys. We have to kick ourselves over that one.
Yeah, because nobody cares about my games, generally, but I understand that.
We do care. We do. And also time pressure. What is going on with Grisha getting in this kind of time pressure?
Well, I think the time pressure was always his trademark, but probably with when he's in bad shape, it looks really painful. I guess if you are his supporter, but when he's in a good shape, it all doesn't matter. He has his 30 seconds, and he's making his moves anyway.
Do you think the fact that he doesn't have an increment is also affecting his play as well as he manages the time pressure?
Well, obviously having increment is much better for a player like him, but in today's game I think his position was really, really bad. So it was not only the time, but mostly the position that really cost him the point.
What do you think about this crazy round? First of all, you've got Fabiano going down in just a vicious attack, the way he fell apart. That was a beautiful game on the part of Aronian.
Yeah, I must say that all the games, they started so excitingly with two games starting with G5 by Black. I thought I might even repeat moves in my game because there was enough excitement for the people anyway. But okay, finally I played my own game. But of course, Fabiano's opening preparation was very, very concrete, and I know this variation, and clearly Black has to know exactly what he's doing, because he's weakening himself all over the place. He has a bad bishop, he has a weak king, but okay, he has his own trumps, and he has to be really precise, and probably Fabiano was unable to recall the details. And after that, when I saw Levon sacrificing the rook, I actually was not sure if Fabiano had to take the rook, but yeah, I guess White had a devastating attack anyway.
Had a big attack, and then also Nakamura beating Anand. Another interesting game that looked like it was just going to be a draw.
Yeah, that was a very different game. I think they played a very quiet variation, and not very often if Black makes two precise moves, the game is over, and nobody pays attention to the game ever again. But Hikaru probably had some move order which was slightly forgotten maybe, and Vishy made a few inaccuracies, and once you get that horrible position, it's a lot of suffering in Catalan, and Hikaru, of course, is very good at nursing a small plus.
Well, if you'd be kind enough, before I let you go, let's get that board with Carlson and Topalov, if we might just get a quick opinion about the position from Anish Giri, if we could see the picture on the board. First of all, the way he played this game, the world champion, it just did not look impressive. Now they're both in time pressure. If we could just see the angle, the 2D board, so we can take a look at it. This angle is not doing us much justice. This one here, he's down a piece for looks like two pawns. looks like black is
Black
was
is
in
technically winning, but I was surprised in the opening because I think my wife is aware of the move g5 in the knight roof, and I don't know why Magnus isn't. Of course, once you have to calculate this complicated position by yourself, it's quite difficult. And what he did looked very.
Are you saying your wife's not as good as Magnus? What are you saying?
No. Well, she's of course almost as good as a player, but she is not a famous theoretician. So that's the point I'm trying to make. But
you have to clean that up later. Don't get into any trouble right now on the air.
She knows me. She knows me. We are used to this kind of quarrels. But to be honest, what he did was very, very inspired. He sacrificed the full piece. But I think he overestimated his initiative somewhat, because after this move d4, it looks like white has all sorts of threats, but suddenly you just make a logical retreat, and it turns out that, okay, you can win a second pawn, but 2 pawns for a piece is not enough.
All right, we will join this game shortly. We'll let you go and clean that up with your wife, or whatever you guys do to deal with quarrels.
Yeah.
But thank you so much, Anish. Welcome to the United States and to St. Louis, and congratulations on a fine start.
Thank you.
Anish Giri, always a gentleman, a great young player, one of the top 10 in the world, and winning in fine style to start his time here at the Sinquefield Cup. Guys?
Wow, and who would have thought that Anish might actually only be tied for 5th after this game?
Tied for 5th?
Tied for
That's a nice way of putting it. Well, things are definitely heating up. Look at the time trouble. What are the exact clock times? 36 seconds for the world champion.
We just saw him blast out a move there.
I think it was knight f2.
33 seconds left for the world champion and 2 minutes left for Topalov. Of course, the position's still looking absolutely crushing. I mean, look at these tactics on f3 and f2, but for the moment, he looks like he's holding on. Bishop f2, we can play king takes f2. But what about just, there's got to be something here, right?
Well, it's just
taking on f3, right, at some point.
Oh my gosh, taking on it. Well, not immediately, but
maybe we can take on e5 and f3, and then there's a little skewer, like bishop e5, bishop f3. Ugh.
Right, you want to do something like, well, it would be great if there wasn't that pawn on b2, right? You could just take,
of course,
and
he
pick
have
up
much
with this
time.
bishop.
But but I was thinking bishop e5 first and then bishop f3 perhaps. Because then if bishop, that looks pretty crushing. Did he play it? He did play it. That's what he did.
Bishop takes e5.
Wow.
Bishop takes e5. Bishop takes f3. Very nice, skewering the rooks.
Magnus left to 19 seconds and he played knight g4, but now he's down.
Knight g4, are you sure?
Oh, no. He didn't take on e5, of course.
Okay. Sorry.
After bishop e5, he just played knight g4.
Okay, so, whoa, I thought, what?
Bishop e5, knight
Bishop
g4.
e5, clipping a pawn.
And now we've got the moves are blasting out, so let's just try to catch up with them.
So what happened after knight g4? Bishop takes c3, I assume?
I'm trying to catch up with the board here. Yeah, bishop c3, bc3, king f8, and king f2. That brings us to move 35.
And Magnus has but a single pawn for a piece. Well, this is totally hopeless, of course.
But they've got like 5 seconds on the clock each. Actually, 54 to 12.
Really, 54 to 12.
So this is just.
I'm assuming Magnus is the one with the 12.
Yes, 15 seconds actually. Knight e5.
Hold on, let me just refresh my board.
So king f2, rook h8, knight e5 also occurred.
So
you got the board refreshed. Okay, good.
Yeah. So it went rook h8, give me the pawn, knight e5, rook e5, and Vesely and Topalov, a bishop ahead to play.
Bishop e8. Bishop e8, g4.
Bishop e8.
And they're playing so fast, we're just about to make time control.
Only 7 seconds left, guys. 7 seconds on Magnus's clock.
Wow.
To 17 seconds, 16,
F6,
and
rook
counting
e6.
down.
f6, rook e6.
And just one more move for each player to make.
Bishop b5, I assume by Vesely?
Yeah, bishop b5.
That's very nice, just concretely defending the pawn and preparing king f7.
And rook e1, rook c7, and we've made time control. And, of course, black is just up a piece.
Yeah.
So, but that was a flurry of activity there.
Wow, well, both players
fast.
really had used their clock, milked it for a long time.
You don't see that with Inkerman. I mean, that's just like such a shocking sight.
Right.
Not something you see these days. But we have Vishy Anand with Maurice Ashley to talk about today's game.
All right.
With the five-time world champion Viswanathan Anand, after a difficult game today, Vishy, today's game, it just looked kind of tepid, not so interesting, and it looked like you were completely fine, and then all of a sudden, something happened. Well, what happened in the game?
Well, I just blundered with f5. I just forgot that the bishop could go to d3. For some reason, I kept putting it on the long diagonal, and that was it. I mean, it was a game of one move.
Incredible. Why do you think that happened? Was it the time pressure? It looks like time pressure was happening on a lot of boards. Did that affect you?
Perhaps. I mean, I was running down on time, and I wanted to play something precise, and I blundered instead. But
it seems like it was a completely crazy day today. Normally, right out the gate, to see what looks like it's going to be 5 decisive games in the first round. What's in the water?
I don't know. I can only speak for myself, but I just had a very bad day.
So you've had bad days before. It's not the first time in your life. How do you come back from a game like this, from round 1, and play the rest of the games well?
Well, nothing much to be done. You just have to take it. You go back and play the next game, and that's it. So,
do you forget? Is it something you forget easily, or does it linger?
I don't think this game I'll forget easily, but well, there's nothing much to be done.
All right. Well, we are very thrilled to have you here in St. Louis. We look forward to seeing you right the ship, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Okay. Thank you.
World champion, former world champion Viswanathan Anand joining us after a tough start. We'll look to see how he bounces back in the future rounds. Guys?
By the way, we also have a result, Jan, in the Wesley So game. I don't think we mentioned it. We got captured by the time trouble. But we do, in fact, have 4 decisive results, and it looks like from the Magnus game, it's going to be 5. I mean, how does this happen in Sinquefield Cup that somehow we have these extraordinarily combative games and the players are just bringing it?
That's right, and well, we've got one player who certainly brought it today. Wow.
Wow. What a start.
And all very different wins, right? Levon Aronyan's game.
It was a gorgeous combination.
Crushing attack, and we've got...
A blunder, the blunder by Vishy, as he said.
That's right, and then Topalov's game was quite interesting, this
right.
opening nuance.
Okay, so, I mean, essentially what happened there was G5 was a very upsetting move, right? And then Magnus found some play, sacrificed the piece, had the initiative, had full compensation at one point, and then pitched it all right back with a single bad move, E4, E5, and then thereafter it looked like Topalov played really, really well to secure the position he currently has, which is winning, of course.
And we have Hikaru Nakamura, currently number 2 in the world after that victory.
Wow.
He's with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Congratulations.
Grandmaster and U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura after defeating Viswanathan Anand. First of all, congratulations on your victory.
Thanks.
Now, were you surprised? The position, you were milking. It was a little something. Then it looked like it might have been equal, and all of a sudden he plays this move and you're winning. Were you surprised by this happening in the game?
Yeah, I mean, okay, Vishy's a very strong player. He tends to be pretty well prepared, so I knew it was going to be a difficult struggle. And I think the way you beat him, I mean, I don't want to, make fun of him, but in a way, the way that you beat someone like Vishy, because he's a bit older, is to get these sorts of positions where you have very slight edges and just keep pressing, because he is 45 years old. So that's what I was aiming for, was to get a maybe a small advantage and just play chess really as long as I could. And yeah, I got a bit lucky that Vishy played f5. He had some better moves in the position, but I'll take it certainly.
What do you think? Give us perspective. We're here at the Sinquefield Cup. It's the Grand Chess Tour. We're seeing 5 victories. Magnus Carlsen just losing as well. What's going on?
I don't know. I think everyone just wants to play exciting chess. In Norway chess, I believe there were 4 decisive games as well in the first round. So sometimes people just want to play interesting chess, and when that happens, there tend to be a lot of decisive games because you reach positions that are very imbalanced where both sides have chances. And at this level, everyone's so strong that, I mean, anything can happen once you're out of the opening.
Big point. I mean, Black won 2 games today, so it wasn't just white railroading Black.
Is it 2? It's going to be 3, I think.
Is it 3?
I think it's
wow,
3.
It's even 3? Yeah. Incredible. So
or no, it's two. Sorry, I'm wrong.
Yeah, I thought it was Vishy and Topalov, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah,
those are the
right,
two wins.
sorry.
So when this happens, it seems like winning the first round almost doesn't matter because it's almost. I mean, of course it's important, but it's almost like a push because you got 4 guys who are tied for first with you.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if I was the only one to win today, I wouldn't really make very much out of it because it's a very long tournament and everyone's so strong that anything can happen, really.
We'd have to get an opinion on the game with Magnus. I mean, he lost to Topalov under weird circumstances in the first in Norway, but now the way he lost today was just bizarre. Can you make anything of him losing in first round against Topalov here at the Sinquefield Cup?
I mean, I think Topalov's playing very well at the moment, so it's certainly surprising to see Magnus play this way. After all, he's been so consistent for the past 5 to 6 years that it's surprising. But that being said, everyone's so strong, and on any given day, I mean, as you see, anything can happen, really.
Well, thanks so much for joining us and sharing those thoughts, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thanks, Maurice.
U.S. champ, and currently, well, now number 3 in the world. You know, things flip on a dime when you're at those rarefied air situations, but certainly a good victory for the U.S. champion, Hikaru Nakamura. Guys?
And he's wearing the color of the round, isn't he?
Right,
Blood red.
Blood red. Scintillating chess. What a way to start our 2015 Sinquefield Cup, Jen.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm taken aback.
Yeah, I absolutely love this round. It's so much fun watching it. So clearly, Levon Aronian.
The game of the day. I'd have to give him that.
But
best game of the day.
Who do you think's in second place? Because the other games were messier, right? A lot of things happen in time pressure.
Vesselin's game was messy, but in a certain sense, he played very well. I mean, the opening was bizarre and little subtle differences here and there. But when you really came down to it, he played a lot of really good moves.
Even with a minute left on the clock, he found
Precisely.
Bishop E5 and Bishop F3 to just put it away and get ready for tomorrow.
Anish was very dominating. Let's put that one in perspective. That was a dominating, clear win.
And we better start paying attention to his games, man.
Exactly. And he was undefeated in Norway. Okay.
That's right. And another victor today we had was Maxime Bashir-Legrave. He beat our wild card Wesley So, and he's going to talk about that game with Maurice Ashley.
We're with France's #1 player, Maxime Bashir-Legrave, who's off to a great start here at the Sinquefield Cup. Maxime, when we were looking at the position, I was thinking to myself, how am I going to explain to my students that you shouldn't move the same piece twice in the opening? He played knight f3, g5, e4, then he put his queen on a4 and b5, and then he played his knight from c3 to a4. And it's like, how do you explain that position? Were you surprised by the way he was playing, just going after your c-pawn?
Well, in general, going after a pawn is a good idea if you manage to keep a solid position. In fact, I had looked at this line, but it was a long time ago and I couldn't remember. But then it hit me that I looked at this, just giving the pawn, opening the A file and getting a lot of counterplays with all my pieces, and it looked very fine for me.
Were you happy when you saw that position on the board? Because after you played e5, it just looked like Black has full compensation.
Yeah, I mean, definitely I thought I had full compensation. And then another moment when I was happy was when I found this bishop f5 forcing some concessions. Then was less sack the exchange. I think it was the right decision. And then I was not sure I played in the most precise way, but still I kept some advantage. Maybe I could have defended better at some point. I don't know, but it was quite convincing, I thought.
At one moment you went into the confessional booth. Why did you choose right at that time to go in?
Well, I mean, at first it was really messy, and then when it was exactly when I played bishop f5, and I thought, okay, now the game is calming down. I mean, I cannot be worse at all. I'm probably just better, so I was just happy to share my thoughts at this point, but it was not always the case in Norway, actually. Sometimes I shared my views when my position was dubious or even almost lost. So, but here I was just in a good mood, and well, at some point it was not working because they couldn't open the door.
Maybe you had too much to confess.
But they managed before Wesley played his move.
Great. Just one quick final thought. 5 wins in the first round, 2 wins with the black pieces. What's going on?
Well, I mean, we're giving the fans a bit of entertainment. I'm not sure it was planned for everyone, but in general, it's great to see fighting chess. That's what we're here to do. Yeah. In general, I mean, we're not here to play some stupid draws. I mean, it will happen, of course. In this kind of tournament, it might always happen, but I mean, a round like this shows that we're definitely not here to do some stupid draws.
Well, we appreciate that, and we like the way you describe draws as well. As long as you keep up the fighting chess, great win for you, and best of luck in the rest of the games.
Okay, thank you.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave off to a fine start at the expense of Wesley So, but certainly a fantastic beginning to the Sinquefield Cup.
Couldn't ask for more, could we, Jen? I mean, I feel like we're being spoiled right out of the gate. I mean, wow. And I like the way MVL described it, that such a round really goes to show that the players came. They understood that they're getting feeded in the best conditions that they possibly could ask for, and they want to respond by performing very well.
Well, that's a great quote for the Grand Chess Tour, indeed. And as we wait for some other interviews, let's take a couple of tweets. Chris Bird, our international arbiter here, is saying that he doesn't think that we're going to see another round like this with 5 decisive results over in just 4 hours.
Right. Well, the best we could possibly do is match it. We certainly couldn't beat it.
That's right. So those of you who came out to watch these games live at the Central West End are going to have a little bit more time to check out the bars and restaurants and coffee shops in this beautiful neighborhood.
Exactly.
Jonathan Manley is quoting from, I think, his own magazine, Kingpin,
right.
That in an interview with Grisha, that my time management is a pathology that can't be cured. So, you know what they say, if you don't want to be saved, you can't be saved.
Right. First you've got to recognize you've got a problem. And a shout out to Jonathan Manley. Love Kingpin. Always have. 30 years I've been enjoying that magazine. It's really a lot of fun.
Well, the thing is, maybe Grisha didn't see that great of a need to cure this pathology with the traditional time controls with 30 seconds.
Yeah,
or traditional,
that increment kind of helped him get over it, right? Because you always have 30 seconds. But when it's left in his own hands, it's glycerin, nitroglycerin.
Well, we're waiting for our final interviews here. Let's take a look at the results after round 1. As I pointed out, because I knew Anish could take it, he's tied for 5th.
Right.
Another way to put that is tied for 1st through 5th. We've got Anish and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We've got Nakamura, Topalov, and what am I missing? I'm trying to Rodion, all with 5 points. Tomorrow the games are going to be Giri versus So, Vachier-Lagrave versus Rodion, Kirana versus Carlson. Oh, that's a big matchup. You wouldn't expect them both to have 0 points, though. And then also a huge matchup, Topalov versus Nakamura. Topalov with the white pieces, and both of those playing great and number 2 and 3 in the world. Meanwhile, Alexander Grishuk and Vishy Anand are also going to be playing tomorrow. So.
Wow. Well, every round's going to bring marquee matchups. That just goes without saying. But it's just so rare to see this situation where, you know, half the field has lost, half the field has won. And
that'll just make tomorrow bloodier, so I'm looking forward to it. So with no further ado, we've got world champion Magnus Carlsen with Maurice Ashley.
With the world's #1 player, Magnus Carlsen, after a difficult loss. Magnus, this game was chaotic, it was crazy, but at some point it seemed like you were okay, and then you did a couple of things and your game went sour. What happened?
Well, first of all, I made a kind of strange decision already in the opening, because I think Well, first of all, G5 is a very interesting move. I couldn't find a clear way for white to play after that. And then I couldn't decide whether to go for the normal option or to sacrifice the piece, which I did. But I suspected that it might not be good, but I thought I wouldn't be much worse in the worst case. But still, I should have just gone for the more normal option, playing knight c3 and then d4 with at least a normal game. But then,
why did you go for the piece sacrifice?
Well, I wasn't completely sure if he analyzed everything, if he remembered it, and so I was also taking my opponent's style into question a bit, because it seemed that he wouldn't be comfortable defending these kind of positions, but I think he navigated it okay, and then at some point I needed to do something. Well, at some point I just needed to play more solidly to accept that I was not better by any means, and that I think I could still be perfectly fine. But then I just missed a couple of his moves, and I think even in the end game I could have had chances to resist if I'd played better, but I just made a couple of stupid blunders, and he took it home quite easily.
Is it a question of form when this happens to you? I mean, you've been extremely consistent over the last several years. Norway, you didn't play well, and now the first round here. Is something just when it doesn't come out, the fingertips the right way? What's happening?
Yeah, it's just it's a bit of the same. At some point I just make a move and I realize immediately afterwards that it's a blunder. Like today, when I took the pawn on h7, for instance, I don't know if I could have done something differently, but I immediately after that I saw queen d7, that his plan was not queen g4 as I thought, but queen h3, which makes a huge difference. So that was just I don't know. It's not very good. Yeah, it's not a good feeling to play. To not play well, and it was also a problem of not playing practically today, because I knew after I played this move knight a3, which I spent quite a lot of time on, I already knew that I was going to sacrifice a piece no matter. I mean, I knew that there was really, at least in my mind, no way back, so I should have played it more quickly to have more time at critical junctures later.
Is there a chance that maybe you remembered what happened in Norway in round one, and now you face the same opponent, and for you it was like go after him as opposed to play more solidly and just play the game?
Well, I was trying to play a solid line today, but then he played g5, and that sort of turned the game around a bit. So I felt that after g5, then I could still have played a more normal continuation, which I should have done. But I mean, at least I wasn't outplayed in Norway, and today I just lost fair and square. I wasn't good enough, and he just navigated the complications a lot better than I did.
Well, thanks so much for your candid response, and we wish you the best of luck and the best of form in the rest of the games.
Yeah, thank you.
Magnus Carlsen, world champion after a tough loss. We'll see how he bounces back. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you. And we do have some tweets actually from Gary Kasparov. He predicted Magnus Carlsen as a favorite in this tournament.
As did I.
And today he also has been watching the games, and he said a couple of things. First, he said, good thing we have some top chess to watch at the Sinquefield Cup, because the U.S. political shows are still focused on crown show.
Wow.
That's right, guys. tune in to us, because this is just pure beauty, pure fight, pure artistry. No need to really tune into politics for a few more months, right? Mm-hmm. And he also said that it was a great day for fighting chess in St. Louis, and pointed out that if you provide great conditions for the great players, you often get great battles.
That's true, and I just want to add something else to all of this, and it really, really hit me yesterday during the autograph session. There's nothing like a packed house that really gets the juices flowing, whether you're an athlete, whether you're a musician, whether you're a chess grandmaster. You really respond to the audience and the fans, and so a real shout out to all of those people who've traveled from all over the United States and from other countries to joining us. You really encouraged the players very much.
And you made the right decision.
And you made the right decision.
This is when I want to be here right now. And we do have the man of the hour, Carlson and Topalov. He won the first leg of the Grand Chess Tour and is off to another great start, beating the world champion in round one.
With Grandmaster Vasily Topalov making his Bulgarian fans and his fans all around the world proud. First of all, congratulations on your victory today.
Thank you.
So, it's not easy to beat Magnus Carlsen 2 games in a row. It's not easy to beat him 2 blacks in a row. You are the leader of the Grand Chess Tour. How did you feel about your play today?
Today, I think it was okay. I mean, regarding the first win I had, well, I shouldn't really count it. But, for the beginning, it's very good. I mean, I'm surprised because I have some small problems with my throat and don't really feel great. But, well, it happens. I think I played a decent game. Maybe not always the best moves, but it was okay. And we had this idea at the beginning, we're pushing the pawn. But of course I couldn't remember anything, and then over the board after 2 moves I think I was okay, and finally suddenly Magnus, he sacrificed a piece, which was a surprise for me because maybe he didn't like his position.
Were you shocked when you saw the sacrifice out on the board?
Well, it's move 10, it's around move 10, and somehow it's not what white's supposed to do, on move 10, like fighting for advantage. But okay, he was pieced down and already fighting for equality maybe, but it was very sharp still.
Were you surprised? It looked like maybe he might have some chances, and then he played this move e5, allowed this great maneuver, queen c6, queen g6, and suddenly it just looked like you were in control of the game.
Yeah, I believe black was always okay, but I was not completely clear. My advantage was so big, So, and then in his time trouble, he allowed me to do everything, more or less. He could have defended better.
Now, we saw a lot of time trouble in this round. It looks like everybody was in time pressure, virtually, except the Iranian game. And also, we saw victories everywhere. 5 wins, 2 with black. What's accounting for this kind of fighting chess, in your opinion?
Well, okay, it's just the first round also, but even for me as a professional, I like to watch this kind of games. I mean, I've seen amazing games, and still I like to see this kind of chess.
So you think that it's the organizers, or making sure that draws, or is it the players?
Okay.
Is it the conditions? What's contributing to it?
I guess everybody wants to show his best and not to play safely, and sometimes it happens. It doesn't mean it will be like this for the rest of the rounds, but it's a very good start.
Someone asked me this question, as a matter of fact. Are you seeing a shift in the attitude of chess players at the top, trying to win? The way Kasparov would try to win his tournaments, just dominate. There seems like there's been a shift in style for some reason that I'm not sure about myself, that the players are playing for victories more and more in tournaments, like no easy draws usually at all.
Well, I would say it was my attitude, and I believe Magnus's as well, is that we just don't think about draw, just make a move. And that's several of the players here, they have this. I think Hikaru is always like this, but in general, it is true. The last 10 years, more or less, since the Silvio invented the Sofia rules, even if it's not in the rules, players, I believe they understand they have to fight.
Well, we appreciate, as I said, Kasparov, yourself as one of the leading fighters and all the other players playing this kind of chess. And congratulations on winning your game today, and best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Vishy and Topalov in first place, but not so fast, not clear first, but certainly a great way to start his time here at the Sinquefield Cup. Guys?
That's right.
He's in fifth place.
Yeah, you always got to look at the negative, right?
Right.
And we got a couple other
tweets.
Yeah, we got a couple other jokesters on Twitter.
Jokesters.
Jan Gustafsson said he's tired of all these lifeless GM draws at the Sinquefield Cup.
Absolutely. Shout out to Gusti. We were together in Norway, and it was wonderful watching him do that. So
yeah, it's a very funny guy. So we'll be on the lookout for more humorous tweets from him. And we've also got Grandmaster Nigel Short chiming in. He said that Magnus Carlson and Topalov is headed for a dull draw. That's what happens when two guys play chicken chess. So again, everybody is so excited by how crazy this is that.
Well, I'm telling you, Jen, I felt like I've been waiting for this tournament for a month. I was so excited about it, and it's fulfilled everything in round one that I could have possibly expected.
That's right, and we've got a final thought from Grandmaster Maurice Ashley on round one of the Sinquefield Cup.
Well, what more could you ask for? Such a fabulous finish to a first round, 5 victories. Not just because you got the white pieces, black won a couple of games as well. Just a scintillating beginning, and it's great to see the change that has happened in modern chess. Before, you might have seen a few quick draws, but not anymore. As Vishy and Topalov mentioned, with the Sophia rule changes, organizers wanted to see more fighting chess, and also a trend that definitely, I think, began with Kasparov. Topalov has been a great fighter all his career, and now you have a world champion in Magnus Carlsen who wants to win every game. Draws don't seem to matter to him, and you have players like Nakamura, Giri, all the young players, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, they want to see victories too, and so today's round is all we could ask for here. And I can't even imagine we only played 5 games and we're already so excited with lots more chess to play here at the Sinquefield Cup. I can't wait for round 2. Guys?
Thank you. I feel the same.
Neither. So you don't want to miss this. The Sinquefield Cup is going to be a really thrilling tournament tomorrow. Of course, Caruana and Carlson are playing, Topalov and Nakamura. It's going to be a huge round. Join us tomorrow at 1:50 Eastern Time, and that's 12:50 here in St. Louis. We look forward to you listening.
Watching.
Bye, guys.